Call the meeting to order. This is the December 13th City of Frankfort Board of Commissioners work session. I'll ask our city clerk to please call the roll.
Commissioner Waldridge. Present. Commissioner Thompson.
Present.
Commissioner May.
Present.
Commissioner Unger.
Present.
Mayor Wilkerson.
Present. And we do have a quorum. And before we begin tonight, I would like to take a moment of silence in recognition of the tragic events over the weekend in Western Kentucky, including Mayfield, Warren County, Muhlenberg County, Dawson Springs, and so on. If we could take a moment of silence. Come on in. And it's also a good opportunity to thank our local emergency management, police officers, fire department, Kentucky State Police, Sheriff's Department. We've had an eventful week here in Franklin County as well. So we had our own tornado last week as well, and various events since then. So thank you to our emergency management and public safety officers. Next item on the agenda, we have a ceremonial presentation, a proclamation. I'll turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem.
You coming with it?
Sure.
All right. Here? Down here? Where do you want us?
That's fine. Up there's fine.
Okay. You can come forward. Carry that.
Hey, honey bun, how are you? Well, today we, from your daughter, definitely giving me a call, and I spoke with the mayor, and we want to present you with a proclamation from the city of Frankfort. And I'll read this off. Whereas Carrie Lastly is a role model and an advocate of equity and education and has been a vital part of the lives of many students in Kentucky, instilling the desire to not only be the best student academically, but the best person of integrity and honor. And whereas her teaching career began in Christian County and accumulated into Franklin County, and she was one of the first teachers to integrate in Thornhill Elementary School in 1971, and continued to teach in Franklin County until her retirement of 1988. She continued to substitute in both city and county school systems over the next 20 years. And whereas she was served by the faith community in Franklin County as the emeritus minister of music at First Baptist Church, Clinton Street, and has provided her services as many free of charge over the years to local churches, community events, and that required a musician. She also has taught music privately to encourage youth to pursue music, whether it's through study, composing, listening, performing, or participation to enrich their lives and the lives of others. And whereas she continues her commitment in public service as a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, a public service organization that confronts the challenges of African Americans and hence all Americans. She uses her gifts and talents to support a range of programs addressing education, health, international and economic development, and strengthening the African American family. And whereas that service she has led to be recognized by local organizations in Frankfort, in 2014 recognized as Pioneer Educator at the 56th Annual Whitaker Bank Farm City Banquet, and the Church Women's United 2019 Key Woman Award. Now therefore, on behalf of Mr. Wayne Wilkerson, Mayor, City of Frankfort, do hereby proclaim December 21st, 2021, Carrie Lastly Day in Frankfort.
Oh, my.
All the sorority sisters.
know, but forgive me. I'm gonna go to,
One more camera.
I appreciate all that you've done for me. You were some of the reasons why I'm standing where I am today, because of your leadership and mentorship. So thank you. Thank you so much. We love you. I love you all. Thank you guys so much.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Very nice. It just, one of those last minute. Well, that was fun. All right. Next item on the agenda, we have citizens' comments, and it's been a while since we met in person. We'll go over the rules of decorum again. Everyone's limited to 5 minutes, and I ask you to direct your comments to the commission and not to individuals here in the audience. And our city attorney will be keeping time on that. And I'd ask you to also state your name and if you're with an organization, your organization. So who do we have first? Do we have any online ones to read? You want to go on and do that first?
So the first one is from Mike Fitzpatrick. Board of Commissioners, I'm reaching out to the Board of Commissioners, city staff, and all of Frankfort's citizens to thank Mayor Pro Tem Patricia Waldridge for the extensive community service she has performed continually from the time she was first elected to the City Commission. During the height of the COVID-19 situation, Commissioner Waldridge spearheaded a push to help our local businesses by financially stimulating our community members to spend their money in our local establishments to help them survive those horrible economic times. She established the program, promoted the program, and made sure city staff carried out the program as they did a marvelous job. Last year, a group of mostly military veterans gathered at Green Hill Cemetery to do some extensive labor to ready the cemetery for Memorial Day. When Miss Waldridge heard about our event, she promptly showed up, worked as hard as anyone there, and did it through a driving rain. Did she do it for attention or notoriety? No, she did it for the love of her community and the fact that it needed to be done. Finally, Miss Waldridge wanted to know what owners of small businesses in Frankfort were dealing with concerning the shortage of labor, of which many of these entities were suffering. She reached out to these businesses and volunteered to go and work at those establishments to not only learn, but to help alleviate their low employee burden. Why did she do this? Because she loves her community and wants it to thrive. Although Miss Waldridge at times makes all of us uncomfortable with her brutal honesty, we can all agree with one thing: her love of community that is continually demonstrated through multiple community events. It never wanes. Whether it is clearing brush at local parks, collecting donations, cleaning up after community events, or collecting items for fire victims, she is the finest example of a community leader, and we are lucky to have her. I challenge our BOC, city staff, and especially our citizens to have the same community spirit as Miss Waldridge and the many community volunteers who go out and are not afraid to get their hands dirty. And that was Mike Fitzpatrick.
Thank you. That was so nice.
Can I say something first? I didn't say anything about one of the discussion items tonight is urban chickens ordinance, and I would ask that the citizens' comments relate to the actual ordinance and not to the prospect of having chickens, just the ordinance itself.
And if I can piggyback on
Sure.
that, Mayor, we actually did go through the online comments that were submitted, and if there were references to general chicken-related facts or pros and cons. We did take those out of the online comments since we were specific, but you all will have those to read in their entirety. So,
Thank you.
Okay, and this one is from Christina Libby. And she says, "Good evening. I'm writing today to voice my support of both the CARES Coalition in general and specifically of the city providing support for the consultant position to get it off the ground. When I began working for the Homeless and Housing Coalition of Kentucky in the summer of 2020, I thought I had a good idea about the resources available to someone experiencing homelessness in Frankfort. I thought if they were a single man, they went to the men's shelter, and if they were a woman or a family, they went to the women and family shelter. However, I soon learned that it isn't that simple. In August of this year, I was connected with the CARES Coalition. I was so grateful to find out that not only did the other principal organizations in the city see the need to come together, but also they had already done much of the hardest work. That is exactly what the CARES Coalition will be, an organization to bring together all of the already existing hard work and resources in our community to ensure that if someone is in need of assistance meeting their basic needs, that we can get them the assistance they need in the most efficient and effective way we can. We are now at our next big step. The biggest things that we need are structure and organization. No one who is a part of any of what will be the member organizations of CARES has the time to devote to be able to create what is necessary. It will be a full-time job in itself, at least in order to do it right. Too often in this work, we operate from a mindset of scarcity. The result is often underpaid, underqualified, under-resourced, and or overworked staff. Miraculously, many nonprofit employees still serve to the best of their abilities, but often to the detriment of their mental and physical health, and burnout is rampant. A story that is all too familiar to the member organizations this coalition will serve. So my biggest ask of the commission is to approach this coalition with a mindset of sustainability and growth. This coalition is an investment in all the organizations that we depend on for so much. We speak often of the good works of Simon House, Access, Franklin County Women and Family Shelter, Sunshine Center, and more. This coalition is an organizational investment in the sanity of the people who work at these organizations. CARES will support the organizations so the organizations can support those in need of our community. And this last comment I'm reading because this is what she put. Think of CARES like an organizational level Shermay. Shermay is amazing. That is part of my official public comment, so you have to read it into the record. It's the law. That's on here. I didn't put it on there.
I love it. I love it.
That was from her. So I didn't make it up, just so you know. Okay. And the next one is Board of Commissioners. Thank you for all that you do to make Frankfort a great place to live and raise a family. Frankfort Disc Golf Association, FDGA, is a 501c3 organization committed to growing the sport of disc golf in our community. Since our inception in 2014, we've been fortunate to partner with Frankfort Parks, Recreation, and Historic Sites to accomplish our mission. I'm writing to you today to help us further strengthen that partnership and mission by requesting your help to start the process of building another disc golf course in Frankfort. The plan is for the course to be installed at Capitol View Park per the master plan that was adopted by the city. In the master plan concept, an area was specified on the northernmost parts of Capitol View Park that could be used for a disc golf course. To begin the process of building a course, we would like to propose at this time that the land be made available to us. With this course, FDGA will be able to produce bigger and better events here in Frankfort, as higher level events with professional sanctioning require us to have a minimum number of courses to be played. Not to mention the casual play this course will draw, bringing more players from all over the state and out of the state to play and stay in Frankfort. Disc golf is a phenomenal asset to the community. It combines a leisure with exercise to create a sports amenity for all to enjoy. Disc golf is also a great way to generate sports tourism revenue with low startup costs and very little maintenance. The return on investment is astonishing. Our city and many of our local businesses have benefited from disc golf. In fact, FDGA hosts various tournaments throughout the year that feature local businesses as well as charity fundraisers to give back in our own way. Thank you for your time and consideration on this matter, and I would love to speak more on this topic. Sincerely, Aaron Ashcraft, President of Fankfort Disc Golf Association, Incorporated. And this is from Matt Johnson. As a family resource coordinator in Franklin County, I see firsthand the needs of our students. Providing resources to these students and their families is at the forefront of what I do. The other piece of what I do is to develop community support for the school and for the families we serve. I want to add my full support to the CARES Coalition. This coalition helps to combine the two most important aspects of being a family resource coordinator, meeting needs, and having community support. Putting an organization like this in place with the proper resources and voices is beyond valuable. I'm excited about the future of the coalition and the support that it has received and will continue to receive as it meets the needs of those in our community. And that was Matt Johnson. This is from Eli, I know I'm going to mess this up, Yusuf, I apologize. I'm a member of the Coast Coalition, and I would like to express my support for the mission and vision of this group. We're fighting to make sure that anyone experiencing financial and/or housing insecurity can easily access what they need to do to not only survive, but to thrive. We all know there are numerous barriers that folks face to access the resources they need, ranging from a lack of information to transportation to money and all sorts of other issues. That is why it's critical to have an organization like the CARES Coalition that can knock down these barriers and pave new and expanded pathways towards upward social mobility. Thank you. Greetings, Board of Commissioners. I have been on the work team crafting the chicken ordinance, and I thank staff and all those involved. I can tell you with confidence that every word in the draft ordinance is the best effort of all parties to protect our healthy and resilient neighborhoods while supporting sustainable and vibrant goals of more progressive individuals. The standards contained in this ordinance are meaningful, enforceable, and practical on every level. I urge you to pass this ordinance at your earliest convenience. And that was from James Hale. Okay, and then I have Katie Doyle. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I have been a part of this process since the beginning to help bring chickens to the city of Frankfort. Please move forward with the proposed ordinance. This would be a great benefit to the city of Frankfort residents, and that was Katie Doyle. I think this is the last one.
And again, portions of their comments were removed, but you do have access to the full documents.
I write as both the head of the statewide Homeless and Housing Coalition of Kentucky, a nonprofit advocacy organization, and as a resident of Frankfort. As the past month has demonstrated, the work of the CARES Coalition is critical. Frankfort has the opportunity to get this right in a way that has not been done to date, to provide the number of crisis shelter beds necessary to ensure homelessness is rare, brief, and non-reoccurring. Instead of having each shelter operate in a silo and never having any open beds, we have the opportunity to coordinate efforts, consolidate resources, and streamline the process to get people sheltered and quickly rehoused. We applaud the city staff for their efforts to address unsheltered homelessness and urge this work to continue. As the last month has shown, having low barrier, easily accessed shelter beds are crucial. We have the opportunity with federal funding to make a strong shelter system that has the ability to respond to households. We need to do so. And that was from Adrian Bush. And that should be the last comment that was submitted virtually.
Who do we have first on our in-person comments?
We have Steve Brooks and Jim Parrish. I don't know if they want to come up together or
Brooks, Mr.
separate or.
Parrish. welcome back to City Hall.
He only spent 39 years here. Doesn't feel very good to be back, actually. Steve Brooks, 295 Leewood Drive. Jim Parrish, we want to talk, our comments are directed to Commissioner Waldridge. At the televised city-county meeting on October the 13th, she angrily accused us of things that are absolutely not true. And we want to set the record straight. One, she said that, now, these two guys have almost 75 years of service to this government, okay? She accused us of not supporting Sean Pickens and making his job difficult to do. Number two, she said we kept interfering and tried to undermine the new master plan process for the park, which is absolutely not true. We were on the committee, that did not happen. Three, she insisted that we continuously called this lady at Branstad Carroll and harassed her, is the word she used, to the point that she quit her job. None of this is true. We have emails that we will show you. You know, it's to me, nobody should tell things that aren't true, and you shouldn't make things up, particularly a public official, because when do you believe it? And none of these things are true. You can watch the tape and show that they aren't true. And what we're going to show you here in a minute will show that that's not true. I'll let Mr. Parrish speak.
Thank you. I'll reiterate what Mr. Brooks said. And the main thing that I'm concerned about is about the lady leaving her job at Branstad Carroll. So I've worked with Branstad Carroll for over 30 years on many projects. And worked with Patrick Hoagland there. That was my first time of working with the lady. Her name is Hannah Krebs, and that, on the master plan. And so I reached out to Patrick Hoagland, and here's the email response from him, and I just basically asked him, you know, and he said, Jim, I am responding to the discussion about Hannah leaving the firm. We have talked to her, and she had no conversations with you or Steve Brooks except in the steering committee meetings. The meetings had nothing to do with her leaving our firm. She felt she was more suited for nonprofit or government service rather than the private sector. Any thoughts that you and Steve are the reason she left us is totally untrue. So, being conscious and doing my due diligence, I reached out to Hannah, the lady that I barely knew. The only time I've ever known her was during the deal. And I said good morning to her, and you can see it's on the bottom of the email. And I asked her to call me, and she did not. And I just said, hope your new career is going well, which I don't know what her new career is. But she said, hi there, Jim. Thank you for the well wishes. So far, the new path is unfolding nicely. I'm not sure what else I can say that I haven't said already, meaning talking to Patrick Hoagland at Branstad. You had absolutely nothing to do with my decision to leave Branstad Carroll, and I certainly have no memory of any untoward interaction with you or a conversation with the councilwoman on the matter. Something else you need to speak to me about, there's my number. I hope you have a good holiday. So that was my main thing, that we did not, you know, continue to, I think it said receive past calls from our calls, so many calls from past directors. She left her job, and we did not do that. So I just want, because that was a city-county meeting, and I've run into magistrates and people, and, you know, on the street. And I said, no, look. Okay. So that's all, and that was why I
We
came
just want to
forward.
set the record straight. We have been supportive of, if you remember, I came to this board when Sean came. He's a great choice. We support him 200%, and he'll tell you that. When I retired, I supported Jim. He'll tell you that. I never interfered. Not interfering now, just supporting. But the truth needs to be told.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Yes, I would like to share on the comments. Right now, what I hope before me is Word documents that doesn't say anything that's coming from anyone in emails. It's just something that's typed up.
We can get it to you.
So that would be great. but also on your, I don't think I was really angry. I get that a lot, being an African-American woman, that I'm always angry, but I'm just passionate about what I do, and I want to make sure that my staff is supported, and that, so I can be very passionate about things. But angry is not a good word for me. But on to, I've appreciated your 75 years together and what you've done. When you say that you're not supporting Sean difficultly, I know for a fact that there have been times where you've made things difficult. You have,
Such
made it
as?
feel uncomfortable.
Such as?
Please let me finish. You've made things be uncomfortable in meetings. You continuously go behind folks' back and have conversations in this community as well. I mean, I'm prime example. I have people come all the time that Steve
You're not
Brooks
telling
have.
the truth, ma'am.
Excuse me,
All right, let's,
you
uh,
spoke.
Let's cool it down. I mean, this is something we can probably take care of in a meeting outside of it.
Actually, no, he actually already had a chance, and he denied that because he wanted it to come to the city commission
We're
meeting.
getting into personal boundaries. We're getting into accusations.
I'm
This is
going
not-
into here
This is
of
not a court
proving that.
of law. Let's let
Okay,
this.
I
we-
understand, but in supporting this, in saying that you're being difficult and certain things are, and undermining, like you're undermining the group, and you continue to, and those things occurred. And I actually spoke with Hannah myself, actually, sweet dear girl, and spoke with her, and she clearly said that when she came to Frankfort, she knew sort of what she was going to be coming into. And the notions were true when she started working with you guys, that you were a bit very controlling and very pushing of your comments and things of that nature, and not letting the community sort of come together as a whole. And so she did tell me those things. Now, when I spoke on her leaving, yes, I did say those things. You guys are correct. And I actually got that from another official that's what, so I did not follow up on that. But she did say that she was leaving to go to another job, I want to say in Lexington, Kentucky. So I can definitely correct your number 3. But your number 2's come on the fall that I've done a lot of research. I've sat in meetings with you both. And more so, I guess, Mr. Brooks rather than Mr. Parrish. Mr. Parrish and I had several comments about parks and recreation before I was elected and things of that nature, which went pretty well, though I didn't agree with all of what he said. But I think to you, Mr. Brooks, I think it becomes sort of confrontational to you in bringing this here when Ms. Hagg, our city manager, give you the option to sit down and let's have a conversation and see what I'm getting wrong or what I'm getting right. And you denied our one-on-one today to do that in a professional manner, as the mayor said, and do this behind closed doors if you'd like. But you chose to come here and make it seen in the community to make your right. And I appreciate you coming here. By all means, know that in my position, I do the best of my ability. I'm very transparent and very true to my nature as city commissioner in serving my community. I'm not ever going to be silenced by a good old boy association. I'm not at all ever going to be silenced or be in fear of that, because why? I'm a product of it. I saw it with my father. My father, every day, we would call and say that he was beating us when we were in foster care, and the Good Old Boy Association allowed it to happen. So why am I pretty good up against the Good Old Boy Association? Because it's not easy to fear me or to make me back down. So like I said, I apologize on your number 3 because when I did do a little bit more research, she did say that she was moving to Lexington. So I will correct myself on that because it was shared. But I will apologize as I shared information that I did not do research on before I spoke on. So I will correct your number 3. But we're number 2, your number 1 and number 2 go back to your hours. We are here. We have a wonderful city parks director who has been sort of in a limelight underneath of this whole situation of losing Keith Parker. And with that, I've supported him. And I want him to shine because he shined in Shelby County. He shined in the state. And that's what I want. And in order for that, I actually spoke with 2 people from Brown Stetter Carroll, and they both said that it is not in the best interest or in best practices to keep any past directors on any of those committees. However, you should be interviewed as a stakeholder. So I think in the past, Mayor, that maybe we will keep that in contact of moving forward. So it is not, we can get your information because your history is vital to moving forward. But why we are where we are over these past 75 years or what have you, underneath of some of your direction, we are here. We are travel baseball and not using our own baseball. Why? Because no one wanted to be a baseball field. We don't have an indoor facility right now. Why? Mr. Parrish shared, he didn't want to compete with the YMCA. It's tired of not competing with everyone else and caring about our community and moving forward. And that's where I am. And by all means, you guys are two different men when I speak with you and things of that nature. And I know, Mr. Brooks, I haven't really spoke to you much. I've spoken to you, but you've not spoken back. And I figured that something was up by all means. But what I'll say is, when you come to me, you can come to me and talk to me about anybody. Anything, anybody can come and speak to me on any concern that I have or anything I speak toward them. But believe, you lost a lot of respect to me here in our own city hall when Keith Parker was here. And so I haven't had a conversation with you since then because you come off in your attitude toward us as women, even women of color, gay men, things of that nature. You tell,
have a gay son.
I understand.
Gone too far.
But
much, too
you
much.
were asked not to come back to City Hall. You were asked not
Out
to
of
come
order,
back
out
to
of
City
order, out of order,
Hall
out of order, out of order.
unless, no.
This is
This isn't,
we're getting too
unless
personal on
you
this
had
stuff.
pertinent information, and this is not pertinent information because you have said jokes that were defamation of character to
This is
women
too
and
much,
challenged
too
that
much.
and everything else. So that is one reason I've shut down my conversation
Mayor,
with
can
you.
we take a break?
Stop.
Motion to
Stop.
recess. Motion to recess.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. We're going to recess.
Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a great
you for
day
your
and
time.
Merry Christmas.
back live? All right. So we're still on citizens' comments. What do we have next, City Clerk?
John Sauer.
Mayor?
Honorable members of the Frankfort City Commission and distinguished staff. I want to first interject. I sent out an email late this afternoon, about 4 o'clock. I don't know if you can check your email. I was told by one city commissioner just during the break that they didn't get it. I sent it to the city email address for each. No, there are 2 no's. Maybe they're all 5 no's. Well, you know, Patricia, how good I am at
Did you really
computers,
send it
right?
to us?
Okay. But I will find out what went wrong, and I will change that. And I hope that doesn't take part of my 5 minutes, right?
No, because I had forgotten to set the timer.
Good. I may need more than that.
I've been
I'm-
keeping time.
I'm a slow talker, Patricia. Our federal government, our state government, our public health department, our city government often ask us to follow the science. If we are serious about following the science, then one must vote no on this proposal and leave it off the agenda, just like the previous city commission wisely did. For instance, in your ordinance, a 6-foot wire fence cannot contain spores of a fungus like histoplasmosis. The spores float in the air and thus can go farther than your prescribed 25 feet, faster than you can say 25 feet. You know, sometimes when I go to Kroger, to the post office, and to church, I forget my mask. But I turn around.
Make sure that this is all related to the ordinance, if you don't mind.
Yes, a
Okay.
6-foot fence, and
Yeah.
also, I talked to the mayor about the studies that I've found, the 6-foot fence and the 25 feet distance. Sometimes I go to Kroger and the post office and the church and forget my mask. But I turn around and go back to my car to retrieve it, to try to follow the science. And I'm sure you would too. I speak specifically regarding the ordinance 90.08, Section A, item number 3, which talks about the 6-foot fence. Item number A5, which talks about the 25 feet of fence. And also the previous ordinance that you had and more or less amended, if I could say that word, that talked about, let's see, that is 90.07 and item number B sub 1, that talks about, that previous ordinance had a 300 feet from all residents and buildings occupied. And I wanted to explain why that is so important, because of the disease that you can catch otherwise, like histoplasmosis. An infection, the Mayo Clinic calls it an infection caused by breathing in spores of a fungus, often found in bird and bat droppings. The infection is most commonly spread when the spores are inhaled after taking to air, such as during demolition or cleanup projects. Farmers, landscapers are also at high risk for the disease. In the United States, histoplasmosis commonly occurs in the Mississippi and Ohio River Valley, though it can.
Mr. Sauer,
keep
yeah.
it
Yeah,
to the
about the
provisions.
ordinance, not histoplasmosis.
Okay,
We were
okay.
educated back in the
Well,
summer about that.
Then you have, we'll soon have, the email that I tried to send, and that discussed both the Mayo Clinic as well as the Cleveland Clinic. I think all of us would agree are 2 of the most reliable, prestigious clinics in the United States. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Sauer.
Thank you, and thanks for allowing us to come and speak. This is kind of weird with COVID and being back in person again, so. I'm coming as, I'm representing the Franklin County Women and Family Shelter. I'm the executive director there, and we wanted to come and show our support of the formation of a standalone 501c3 for the CARES Coalition. So we're asking the commission tonight to consider Blair Hecker's presentation that she'll be making later, and to really mindfully consider that and support that initiative that she's going to present. The CARES Coalition, once this designation is set, it will take, as another letter said earlier, it's going to take a lot of time and work that none of the nonprofits that are represented by that coalition really have the staffing to make that happen. So we're asking that there be this initiative supported, because this coalition, as designated as a 501c3, could provide public relations to promote a coordinated message for all the nonprofits that are out there serving the most vulnerable in our population. It can also advocate on a community-wide basis in a way that we're not able to solely alone. It will serve as a better way to coordinate our care, our services, the volunteer needs and opportunities to avoid duplication, which we sometimes happen when we don't know exactly what everybody else is doing and able to do. And also, one of the main things that we're hoping that will happen with this coalition, that it can research and assist in garnering more funding, federal, state, and foundation funding for our agencies, our community as a whole, so we can better serve those in need. I am so proud to be a part of this generous community. This commission, the city, has supported our agency since 2004, when we first became a nonprofit, to provide shelter services and transitional living for single women and families with children. We continue to provide those transitional housing programs, and with an initiative like this, we can all grow, we can strive and thrive in what we're doing now, but we can grow and do better, so that maybe eventually we will be able to say in our community that there's enough affordable housing solutions for anyone who's in need, and the financial needs for them to meet the basic needs, which we are sorely missing right now in our community. So thank you for allowing me to speak, and I hope that you'll, Blair's presentation, I guess, will happen virtually with what's going on, and you'll carefully consider that and vote a yes on that support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Gates.
you for coming.
So that's the end of citizen comments. Okay, next item on the agenda, staff reports.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We have Penny Fiedler, who's going to be presenting an update and the great results on our Interact project partnership.
Good evening. One of the first initiatives that you undertook together was the Interact program, and I wanted to come to you tonight and give you a report on our first cohort. I want to remind you that we partnered with the Richard and Anna Marie Rosen Charitable Trust to offer this training program at no cost to accepted Frankfort residents and graduates of Frankfort Independent Schools. Our strategic plan that we've been developing has several priorities, including economic development, equity, diversity, and inclusion, and workforce development as a part of that, as well as sustainability at both the financial, environmental, and human level. And I want to remind you that this program is an investment in human capital, and it does touch those priorities of sustainability, equity, diversity, and inclusion, and economic development. Interact, as you remember, is a software development firm headquartered in Louisville with 300 employees around the country. Many of these employees work virtually from their homes, and they help organizations analyze their business challenges and identify pain points and opportunities. Interact develops specific applications to solve these problems with measurable key performance indicators and return on investment for the companies. Their approach to workforce development is that they are training the next wave of software developers. The Frankfort cohort was for positions in data analytics, and their target employees were traditionally overlooked individuals, giving them the opportunity to upskill and develop foundational computer coding and programming skills. Recruiting and admissions took place from 6:25 to 8:20, and we had a total of 150 applications to the program from Frankfort. 80 of those applicants passed through the first screening. The screening was undertaken by General Assembly, which is the national leader in workforce development training. They work with Interact as a contractor. There were 16 Frankfortonians selected into the program, and there was an extensive amount of marketing done to let local residents know that these potential jobs and training were available. What were the metrics on how the program performed? There were 16 accepted into the program. There were 15 who finished the cohort, and 12 that submitted the capstone project, which was a primary assignment as a part of the learning. So there was an attrition of 3 in the program. At the end of the program, there were 11 offers submitted to participate in this workforce training apprenticeship program. Remember, Interact has a certified apprenticeship program with the United States Department of Labor. 10 of those offers were accepted by Interact, and those folks have gone to work as junior developers and apprentices. They are now earning $42,000 a year with quarterly raises possible. And one of the graduates was hired by an outside company and is earning $80,000 a year.
That's awesome.
So I think it's safe to say that the first cohort and this pilot project was a resounding success. These are Frankfortonians who were previously working at minimum wage up to about $15 an hour. And so we're excited to continue the program. We're currently raising private dollars to do so. And I'd like to just end with a couple of comments, which I thought you would enjoy from some of the graduates of the program. I learned new things about Excel that I didn't know. I refreshed my knowledge on Python, and it gave me a foundation in SQL databases and Power BI. I can see this being useful to expand upon. Our instructor Parrott was amazingly patient, friendly, and informative. I also liked the idea of breakout rooms for extra help. Though fast-paced, the resources and attention given by the instructors make this program feel doable. It was hard, but worth it. And so tonight, I think you should be proud of how you work together with private philanthropy in order to help 12 Kentuckians, 12 Frankfortonians upskill themselves to start a new career. So I thank you for letting me be a part of bringing the program to Frankfort, and I look forward to raising the money and continuing the program. Can I entertain any questions?
Commissioner Thompson?
Ms. Peebler, I just want to thank you for bringing this project to us. I am so impressed with the work that you have done for this community. I know it's your community, and that's why you wanted to do it. This is real world changing for our community. These are opportunities unlike anything that Frankfort has ever offered for young people. The fact that we have Mr. Gopal, who has been named the prestigious Endeavor Group founder of Interact, and that he is willing to spend time and money and effort on little old Frankfort means a lot to us. The fact that we have real results here, with $420,000 a year in incomes, with 10 of them and $80,000 on the other, $500,000 of income that Franklin County and Frankfort didn't have before. And that's just unbelievable in the work that you've done. I am so impressed. And I say that because I know you're raising private funds right now for the second cohort group. And we were so blessed and lucky that the first cohort group came through the Rosen Foundation. And for those who are Franklin County graduates and Western Hills graduates, this is my personal challenge to you, that if you want to make a difference in this community, if you want to truly see a difference, your business or through your personal funds, this is the way to do it. It's not getting your name on a building. It's not getting your name on a football field. It's putting your money where your mouth is and actually getting good paying jobs for your community. There is nothing better. And I would encourage those individuals who are Western Hills, Franklin County, even the Christian Academy, to put some money towards this foundation and this group. And let's do this 100 more times.
Great. Thank you very much.
One more, so we are raising money right now, correct?
We are. We would like to start another cohort next year.
It's my understanding the jobs are out there.
The jobs are
We have to
there.
do is find
Interact
people.
has a number of clients, CVS, Ernst & Young, and many others in the pipeline, national companies that they are providing software solutions for, as well as cities and governmental entities around the state and around the United States. So, yes,
And
we
that's
are.
the best part. We don't have to find the jobs are already out there.
No, the
We don't have
jobs
to
are there.
find
We
them.
need to
We
find
need to
the,
find the people.
we need to find the people who see themselves as capable and interested in these 21st century skills.
And so far, we have the people. We just need, well, actually, we need to find the money to pay for the people. to
Correct.
go through the
We
training,
do.
so.
But we're working on that. Thank you all very
Including
much, and thank you for allowing me to work on the program. It was a great team effort.
Well,
Thank
I
you.
Thank you,
appreciate
Penny.
working on from start to finish and just reporting back to us and the community to see how something, like you said, Mr. and Ms. Rosen, giving money
Yes.
and helping get this from start to finish and seeing, like Kyle said, these people making beyond minimum wage.
Yeah.
And that breaks a lot of barriers where they can become homeowners soon and work their
Yes.
way in that direction. And so I just love that it's gonna open the doors for family and breaking barriers of staying at $15 or below. So,
These are the
Thank
21st
you.
century skills
yeah.
that everybody's got to learn. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next, do we have downtown Frankfort?
Yes, for the first on our discussion items, thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that, we have a number of items that will be presented to you all this evening, and important items to discuss, and then staff will ask for some clear direction from the commission on how to proceed, vote direction on some of these different items. So yes, we're happy to have Kayla Smith here to present on DFI, their ideas for 2022, what they did in 2021, and to get your input. Thanks, Kayla.
Thank you. Baby was kicking earlier this meeting. Good evening. Thank you for letting me present to you all tonight. When I emailed you all on November 23rd asking for your input and suggestions on what you would like to see more from DFI for next year, I just wanted to use your input and include it in my 2022 strategy meeting with my whole board meeting tomorrow. Thank you, Commissioner Unger and Waldridge, for responding back to me already with their input. So I'm here tonight to hear from everyone else. The PowerPoint that I created is just a brief summary on our major accomplishments for the year, and I'm hoping to guide you all on creating your own input so we can use for next year. Make sure, gotta remind me, I gotta hit this. Our mission statement, basically, we will reference this statement during our strategy meeting tomorrow morning, just so we can see if we've touched each objective and if we need to change anything. Our major 2021 accomplishments, I wanted to highlight these for you all, which first one was assisted the City of Frankfort to receive the APA Award and Frankfort Arts Master Plan. DFI was a nonprofit partner for this NEA grant. The city could not have applied without a nonprofit partner. We assisted in creating the 4P letter between DFI, Frankfort Area Chamber of Commerce, Frankfort Franklin County Tourist Commission, and KCDC. The 4P letter discussed strategic objectives and goals to pursue our common goals and reduce duplication of efforts. We increased our marketing efforts more ads in the State Journal, advertising events, increased our audience, followers on Facebook, and received sponsorship from Community Trust Bank for a billboard that we had by Buffalo Trace, inviting people downtown to eat, shop, and explore. We assisted in downtown community events and projects such as Franklin County Heritage Week and Frankfort Founders Day, Sig Lusher's Oktoberfest, Women's Equality Celebration, KSU Homecoming Week, and the Mixed District. We received sponsorship from Frankfort Plant Board for the Downtown Festival Lights that will be on St. Clair Street. DFI was able to secure a sponsor, create vision, receive building owners' permission, and purchase the festival lights. This one we all been working on as a community with the city, and I'm very happy and excited to see it finished. And again, thank you FPB for being that huge sponsor for us. These are our main events and well-known events: the Summer Concert Series, Bourbon on the Banks Festival, which we did the live bourbon auction, and Candlelight Weekend. And all three were a huge success this year. Again, DFI's board will be meeting tomorrow to have our 2022 strategy meeting to discuss our goals, plans, and objectives for the New Year's. So tonight we are seeking the Commission's input before our meeting so we can better plan our 2022 program of work and help us gauge funding to help us determine our budget for 2022 based on our program of work and expectations. DFI wants to better be community partners, and we hope this will help create a better and clearer communication from and to the city for the future. This list is just a draft. Like I said, DFI will not have anything finalized until our board meeting tomorrow morning. But I wanted to provide this list for you all so you can see the direction we would like to move in for next year. And looking at bullet number 2, which is additional funding or recovering some lost funding, will play a pivotal role in our ability to continue creating a downtown marketing plan, make current events better, and expansion of new events. When we wanted to do a budget amendment, we were told to ask in August, and then that got pushed back to November and now December. So we're just making sure we do everything on our end for planning purposes for next year. Okay. And I cannot emphasize enough how important your input from the city is to DFI's 2022 planning. It will help us gauge where we stand funding-wise and how we can better prepare and plan for 2022 in hopes to create more events and execute a downtown marketing plan. And at the end of the day, we just hope to serve the community better and be better community partners. So that's it on my end, and now I'll just open it up to you all on your input so we can use it for tomorrow's meeting.
Any discussion or questions? Commissioner Thompson.
Kayla, thank you so much for being here and bringing these goals and plans to us. And I'll be honest, I have not responded to your request, mainly because and you and I talked about this with the mayor was present and Anna Beth Bobbitt was there, and that we believe that, or I believe, shouldn't speak for everybody, I believe that DFI is charged with bringing plans and goals to the city commission, in that they have a mission statement that, essentially discusses the fostering the vibrant historic district and the infrastructure and aesthetics and building integrity and promoting quality arts and cultural and community activities. But the other one in there is encouraging a progressive business environment. And what I think my concern is that when we talk about the 2022 goals and plans, I have to look at the 2021 events. And what I think has happened over time, even since I was on DFI 100 years ago, is that DFI has kind of turned into an events organization.
Mm-hmm.
That it has become the marketing and events arm of either the city of Frankfort or tourism or KCDC or what have you. And I don't necessarily think that's what DFI's goals were when they were created. I really believe that there was this intent to foster a that progressive business environment. I think there are I know that there are downtown businesses that are frustrated in the sense that they feel like they aren't represented on a first name basis with DFI any longer, and that concerns me. I think that's why in the summer there were some cuts. There were some major cuts, and then there's been some other issues. If it's going to be an event organization, we should just call it an event organization and change the mission statement. And I'm fine with that. I would be okay with that if that's what we did. But if it's going to be an organization that's going to be used to assist in building up the business opportunities and marketing for the downtown businesses, then I think that needs to be added as a true goal next year, and not just focus on the events. The events are great, except for the fact that when you have an event, your businesses aren't open in some of those, and I think some of that is communication. I think some of that is lost opportunities. My wife and I came down on the weekend of Candlelight, and there were 2 stores open total. And while we were in one, and it was early evening, and while we were in one, they were closing. So it was frustrating that we came down on Small Business Saturday to go to small businesses and promote downtown, and there wasn't anything open. And so I think that's concerning. And I always, when I ran for this position, I said, look at the empty storefronts, and I got chastised in the paper, and I got chastised in social media and things, where people said, find me an open spot, find me some place that is open, find some building that's open. And I'm always flabbergasted by that, because there's plenty of open spots in downtown. Anytime there's an event, Main Street's closed. I mean, there's either no businesses that are there, or there are offices that are down there. There's nothing beyond Broadway, and I feel like we focus a lot on that Broadway area and St. Clair, but we don't worry about promoting the other businesses. And I think that's why some businesses went out of business when the pandemic hit, because there wasn't that support. So I think what you guys do is absolutely wonderful with the events. I think you do a great job on the events, and you've helped with the lighting, promotion, and things of that nature. But if we're going to call it an events organization, then that's what we need to do. Thank you, Mayor.
I just have one, pretty simple request, I think, as far as monthly financial statements, P&L, profit and loss of where, if we could get that, so we can see how the money's being spent, what the return is. So when we're having these events, what are our metrics for them being successful? Revenue generated versus, actual profit back in, so we can see how the money's being spent. I think monthly is a reasonable place to start, for me personally. But that would be kind of just an initial, from things I didn't see already listed.
Right.
Right,
Okay.
yeah.
And I'll say, monthly to me may be a bit much. Quarterly, just an update, but And I haven't, I haven't sent my email yet, but I'm waiting to see what we talk about tonight before I send that. I think I am interested in the marketing plan. You know, I'd be interested to see what you all have in mind there. What kind of budget are you talking about there? Who's going to create this marketing plan and who's going to execute it? And is it going to be ads in the State Journal? And who are we marketing to? Are we marketing, are we marketing to just people in Franklin County or outside of Franklin County? Because that seems like it would be tourism's purview to go outside of Franklin County and bring people in. It's my understanding tourism does outside of Frankfort, and you all do inside, bring people downtown that are within. How much? What kind of budget are we talking about there for a marketing plan, and who's going to create it?
Okay.
Where did I lost mine. Where'd the screen go? I took my screen down. That's part of it. There has been, I'd be interested to, there has been talk about why we are not a Main Street program. I'm not saying we should or shouldn't be. I don't know. I know that we were and now we're not. I'd be curious to know why we're not. If we're not, I just want to know why. I think that's been brought up a few times in the past. Again, I'm not saying we should or shouldn't do that.
Okay.
And I know you all. I know if I say we would like more events, I will hear that. Well, you don't have the budget to do that. But tell us what you want to do. Act like come to us and act like if you had an unlimited budget, what would you want to do? And then we can consider funding that. But right now, I think we're funding, and we have been funding.
Okay.
I'd like to see tell us what you want to do.
Okay.
And what it would cost, and that's what we would consider.
Ma'am?
Yeah, Commissioner.
Go ahead.
Hi, Kayla. I know we sat down, or I know we chatted through email, and we sat down through a meeting, so I appreciate you meeting with me and doing that. And one thing I think that we may have left off in our meeting was sort of what Kyle was Commissioner Thompson was bringing up, and that's sort of, focusing on the businesses of that side of it, so they do have a voice, making sure that our businesses have what they need, or maybe I think I did mention to you, maybe look to see what businesses downtown, what events they want to bring in downtown. What can help highlight their restaurant or their business if we bring certain people downtown. If we're doing woodwork, will that draw to the woodwork down on Sinclair? If we bring in other people doing woodwork and draw in those people for what we have. I know I threw out some, because I'm a huge events person. I love events. I love being around my community. I love the community being downtown. I think it does bring people down. However, I know businesses are closed at certain times, but huge for, planning for Juneteenth, getting involved in that, having more diverse bands coming in for concert series for all age groups. We have to understand that just because we're downtown and we have downtown merchants, we have different age levels in this community, and we need to do more for them, whether that's a concert or something for them that's their age group, concert series for them, or maybe a concert here and there. We are, as the mayor said, donating or giving money and providing a budget, but it seems like I understand where he's coming from. Like, we want to see what you're doing and then come and ask us and see where we can help out and where we want to push that support. Because right now it seems like the money for concert series comes from the donation, so that's already paid. What else are we paying for? What else are we bringing in our communities for quality of life and for our residents to be active in? I know I threw out a couple, like an Easter egg hunt for high schools and for the college students, to bring them downtown and let them have fun and get the businesses involved. Do a bunny hop around town or searching for gold on St. Patrick's Day, for alcohol at different places, for adults, Festival of Lights to celebrate other cultures. I've been watching Lexington. They celebrated Hanukkah, and they had the big, large menorah downtown, and they celebrated every day. And that's something that we have that community. How can we embrace? And as the mayor said, we may not have money for all events, but all events really don't take a whole lot of money, sometimes more planning and just reaching out to other communities and other things. So, and then another is just, you know, trying to get more involved in KSU activities like football games, and how can we do that downtown? Can we get more green and gold flags downtown to support KSU during those times? You know, have our schedules up and things of that nature. I love your idea on Derby involvement, you know, but I just think looking at the schedule of like January through December, you know, what's something we could do every month? It doesn't have to take a lot of money or a lot of planning, but what could we do? You know, an Easter egg hunt's just sort of closing the streets downtown, have an Easter egg hunt and get people to donate or whatever, but I want to help you. I love DFI, and I think that they are needed. But I also think we need to focus also on that business side where the businesses feel like they have a voice and they're able to have some kind of, I guess, say in what's going on downtown and sort of help guide that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Mayor.
you. Commissioner May, did you want to add one more thing?
I think it was covered. I appreciate it.
Oh, I talked so long it's going.
City
It's all right.
manager.
Yes, hi, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Kayla, for coming to speak. I'm sorry we've only really officially met once or twice. I appreciate the call with Renee. I just want to first of all offer assistance, and I'll promise to be more engaged now getting settled in. DFI is important. My pledge is that I think probably over this past year or so, there's been miscommunication, lack thereof. There's a lot of things going on. We want to make this work. We all have to do more, and we all have to communicate more often and get engaged. I'm happy to participate in strategic planning meetings or other things, how we can be more of assistance. I think some of the confusion might be the clarity of the role of DFI, let's say for events, the role of city staff and city resources. I think sometimes that has been kind of lost, or people think maybe someone's doing something or not, and I think if we sit down and get some clarity on that, that will be really helpful and good for all of us. I appreciate what Commissioner May said about, I would just add on this, yes, not necessarily quarterly reports, but part of it, and I've spoken to individual merchants downtown, and I know the difficulty you guys have in asking them, what does it mean to have a concert downtown? What's the return on investment? Does it increase sales? I know that's a challenge that many businesses do not want to share. However, if there's a way to work with them privately, because that's part of it. We want to do events that really support our downtown. So we need to look at those events, see which ones support businesses more, or bring in more revenue, or bring in more people, you know, that combination. I think part of getting a little bit more data will be helpful in saying, hey, yes, please support us in doing X number more of events, because this is the return. The merchants love it, or people love it, or we increase, 10 times more people came down for whatever that it is. I also appreciate what Commissioner Waldridge said about also all ages. One thing we heard in our strategic planning retreat with staff is that we need more family events. They'd like to see more family events. We were also discussing, of course, in attracting investments with businesses and having family entertainment centers or groups, but that can also relate family events and thinking about, Kentucky State, their softball team uses State Stadium. And I know Commissioner May and I talked about, man, wouldn't it be fun? We could do some sort of tailgating. It's just a short walk. And now that we have the Thoroughbred Trail open, maybe we could do some events around that and bring people, Kentucky State and the city closer, and DFI together. So that's just, I want to share a few comments. I'm happy to come over and spend more time with you all and help you work through it. But some data, some different events, I think the reporting back is important. And then, of course, clarity of responsibility and communication will be good in moving forward.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I ask a question?
Go ahead, Commissioner Thompson.
Kayla, did DFI sign a agreement with KCDC regarding distribution of responsibilities and who was going to do what with regard to events and planning and marketing and things of that nature?
No, the only thing we did with them was the 4P letter that we sent to you all early in their year.
Okay, on their website there is an agreement, it's unsigned, and it's between KCDC and DFI, and I didn't know if that had actually been entered. There's nothing on it that designates what it is. It's just on the website, and I didn't know if that had ever been entered.
Unless it was before my time.
So,
I think
but
it was
Renee
before me.
probably knows that it's not before his time. He don't know that.
Commissioner Thompson, we thought it would be a good idea to enter into an MOU or MOA with some of the other economic development related organizations.
Okay.
There was an interest from KCDC to do that.
Okay.
So we entered into that process, and really it was driven by DFI a great deal. But we thought, well, let's not leave it there. We need to involve tourism and the chamber. And so we did. But then it got to where not all the organizations wanted to actually enter into an MOU. So we said, well, let's agree on common goals and common things that we want to see happen in the community as a group, as the 4 agencies that deal with economic development and tourism, everything that has to do with bringing in new business to the community. So so what the result was that 4P letter. We keep calling it 4P letter. That's the 4P letter. So
right.
that's kind of how the
Okay.
history of that happened.
All right. Well, that is a fantastic, well thought out plan that those organizations have common goals and have common ideas to get through those goals. So I appreciate you all working through that.
Yeah, and one thing I want to say is it's not that those 4 entities don't work together like almost daily.
Oh,
I mean, I'm talking to Robin Antonucci more than I want to, wherever you're at, Robin. But it was to formalize it because we heard in city commission meetings and fiscal court meetings that there's duplication of effort and that you all aren't working together, and I was like, well, you know, let's put something in writing. So that's kind of what that was the result of that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I appreciate you doing that. It was just kind of a wild herring out there. When I saw it, I was like, "What is it?" It wasn't signed. I didn't know
Yeah,
what
it hadn't been signed.
what it was. So thank you.
The 4P letter now replaces what was there before.
Yes.
The 4P is what's happening now.
Yes.
How often do you all meet?
I'm sorry. what was
How often do you meet the organizations?
Okay, well, we talk almost daily, emails or phone calls. With the organizations, I mean, they're on all of our committees with events or marketing or literally everything that we do with DFI. We
Okay.
always include them. Good.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kayla. Number 2 on our discussion items is update on the CARES Coalition. Blair will be presenting through video, and she'll be presenting on the progress made to date in launching the CARES Coalition. We also heard a lot of great support for the good work they did. I also just want to recognize not only Blair, but our emergency management team, Tommy Russell, Ray Kinney, and Wes Willis, who have done a lot of work previously, also and currently with our community partners who house our most vulnerable citizens.
Hi everyone, can you hear me?
Yes.
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 Okay, let me do my screen share. Thank you all so much for bearing with me being virtual tonight. And I apologize in advance for any 2-year-old noises you may hear in the background. Okay, can everyone see my screen with the presentation? Okay, great. I will try to keep this brief. You guys heard so many comments from so many members of our community who are actually part of the steering committee for this project. And put together, they have really articulated the need and the plan and the support that they have. So I guess I will just say I'm honored to be here just as the presenter for this information, pulling together all of the work and the ideas and bringing this to you guys for hopefully what will become the future of the CARES Coalition. So just very brief background, as our city manager just said, really this CARES Coalition started with our emergency management department leading the way several years ago. And at that time, this group was pulled together to increase communication and just to get everyone at the same table talking about how we can better communicate the resources we have in this community to help those in our population who are in need the most. Where I became involved was in 2020, so summer of 2020, when the pandemic first hit. Our shelters were cut in their capacity inside due to COVID-19. And at that time, the city stepped up with Simon House and Access and Franklin County Women and Family Shelter taking the lead to establish an emergency overflow shelter. When that shelter ended in summer of 2020, we recognized out of that there were some major needs and some gaps that our community was facing in terms of meeting the long-term needs of homelessness and affordable housing and access to resources in this community. So out of that effort, that's when I stepped in along with Ashley Brown, who was an AmeriCorps member for Franklin County Fiscal Court at the time. We came together, the 4 shelter agencies in this community, and came up with a plan that was 2-pronged. The first was presented to both the Franklin County Fiscal Court and the City Commission in the fall of 2020, and that was to help the Simon House take on a new emergency shelter, so to work on the immediate need of just simply needing more shelter space. Simon House agreed to take that on as part of their offerings in their organization. And then what I'm here to talk to you guys tonight is the other part of that was the desire to formally and permanently reconvene this CARES Coalition, because all the groups recognize that their voices and their efforts were going to be stronger together rather than continuing on their own. So what I am presenting to you tonight is the work of a steering committee of agencies who volunteered their time throughout this year to structure what they want this coalition to look like and to formalize it in a way that's going to provide the best benefit for our community. I think it's important to note that I presented on this to the City Commission in April. At that time, the commission, you all tasked me with moving forward with this group, specifically to work to address the gaps in our resources that pertain to homelessness. And so this is kind of a recap of everything this group has worked on this year and what our proposal is to the commission for moving forward. So really quickly, I just want to recognize Janet Gates with Franklin County Women and Family Shelter, Rachel Foley with the Simon House, Amber Logan with the Sunshine Center, Mike Ball, the former Access Board Chair and Executive Director, Eli Youssef with United Way, Matt Johnson with Franklin County Schools Family Youth Resource Center, Jennifer Robinson from the Franklin County Health Department, Charlie Kendall with Franklin County ASAP, Jody Spalding with Casa of the Bluegrass, Sky Hansen, Crime Victims Advocate for Franklin County, and Christina Libby with Homeless Housing Coalition of Kentucky. Together, this group underwent a SWOT analysis of all the resources we currently have in our community and the gaps that we have that need to be addressed. So based on that analysis, this group put together 4 overarching goals that you see before you. So homelessness prevention, increased affordable housing opportunities, community advocacy, which I think is very important to bring up because we need to highlight the benefits that these agencies bring to our community and the resources that they're able to provide. And that in turn helps to increase other things like fundraising and community support, garnering volunteers, all of those things. And finally, agency trainings. Our service agencies who will be willing or who will be eligible to be part of the CARES Coalition are small nonprofits with small, often part-time staffs. They rely a lot on volunteers. And it's hard with these small budgets to have the resources internally to help strengthen their own organization. So by coming together, that's just going to be another added benefit of this coalition. In April, when we presented to the commission at the direction of the commission, we did put out also a public-facing survey through Frankly Speaking, just to get another side of the strengths and weaknesses and gaps that the community was facing. And it was very interesting to see from my point of view that our community members were very much on the same page as our social service agencies. I've highlighted just two main areas that I think are important from our community members, from their feedback, is that across the board, our agencies are reporting higher numbers in the populations that they are serving. And what our community is observing is the same. It is mirroring what our agencies are seeing. And then we also, on those four main goal areas, we asked the community to weigh in on those and rank what they saw as a priority. And they ranked homelessness prevention and transitional housing high up as well, which is where our agencies fall too. So those are pretty big goal areas. As we worked through this process with that steering committee this year, what we really started to realize was that in order to really start to address these gaps in a way that was going to be sustainable for our organizations and for our community, so we're not coming back every few years and having these same conversations about who does what, who has the capacity to take on more, and we're recognizing that we all share the same struggles, that we really needed to come up with a new structure and a new model moving forward that would give permanency to the CARES Coalition and help make it sustainable for the community. So the finished product of this CARES Coalition, the who, what, when, where, why, the who, as we have defined it, are stakeholders within our community who are committed to providing support and resources to those at risk of or experiencing homelessness. And member organizations are those that are ensuring access to shelter, food, healthcare, mental health assistance, affordable housing, and other basic needs and opportunities. So while a lot of our focus is on the impacting direct homelessness in our community, this coalition is going to be made up of organizations who are working all ends of that spectrum and who are working to address instabilities and insecurities in this community that can help prevent homelessness and that can provide long-term solutions to a lot of issues outside of just being homeless. What this coalition will be is a member-based organization made up of organizations and agencies in our community who fit the previous definition. This group has expressed the desire for this organization to become established as an independent 501c3 organization. There are several benefits to that, primarily in that this coalition is going to be able to apply for grant funding, to accept fundraising monies or donations. And it's also going to be an organization that is driven by the members and the board of that organization. It's going to create a way for local governments to be partners and be involved, but it's going to basically have legs to stand on its own in the community. It is going to be a resource umbrella for these service-based agencies. It is voluntary for these organizations to become a part, and it will be collaborative and goal-driven. It is not going to be a direct service agency. And I want to put that out very clearly, is that this is not going to be anything that is competitive, that is competing for funding. It's not going to be a physical location providing case management or anything like that. It is simply going to be a way to help expand the capacity of our existing organizations, and to provide overarching management and oversight for long-term goals and strategic planning and big picture things that will help us meet these goals. So how this coalition will be established, part of what I'm going to present to you guys tonight is a request for the support of the city. There will be formal memorandum of understanding agreements that will be put in place between membership organizations and the coalition. And something that is important to this that we have really worked out with these agencies is that there is an expectation for member agencies in that they are giving of their time, that they are making the commitment to come to these meetings, to be involved, to help move this work forward. But there's also a whole section in this MOU about what the expectation is for the coalition, what things these agencies should be getting back from that coalition, the return on their investment. And so that way, everyone's going to really be able to hold themselves accountable and hold this coalition accountable for providing what it needs to for our community and for these organizations. And we're going to formalize a mission and a vision, goals, bylaws, and a formal board structure. How, once all these things are put in place, how this coalition proposes to move forward to meet those goals in those 4 broad areas is looking for larger state and federal grant funding. This will open our agencies up to be able to apply together through the coalition for larger grant funds that maybe would not be attainable or feasible to carry out individually on their own with their own staffs and budgets. Strategic planning, so the housing of a shelter strategic plan and how we want to look forward for physical spaces and get funding and planning for those types of things, for transitional housing, for other things that are relevant to the entire community. They can become a pass-through, the coalition can become a pass-through for city and county funding, which will give some accountability to that funding, some consistency to the agencies that are funded, and be able to generate data on how these goals are being met in the community. Advocacy, which I mentioned a little bit earlier, a formal role in the community where when we start to talk about some of these big projects, they're a partner who's involved, who's able to voice, what the best way forward is for populations. And finally, something that's really important is helping to build the capacity of member organizations. And I think for our local government, this is important because recognizing that, everyone is in tight financial times right now, we may not always be able to fund every initiative or project that comes up. But if we are putting in place this investment to help structure this coalition that's going to open our agencies up to a wider pool of funding through grants and donations and whatever other opportunities they may have, that's going to help build their capacity so that they're not solely reliant on single sources of funding. So all this is to say that the formal proposal for city support is for a contribution to a 6-month consultant that will help move the coalition forward, that will assist with the administrative work of the coalition. We would, if the commission directs, move forward with a contract that would stipulate these things right here that you see in front of you that this consultant would be tasked with. The period would run for this consultant from January 1st to June 30th. And then at that point forward, that person, this would not be the executive director of the coalition. It would be then to get them set up so that way July 1st, the coalition as a formal organization and board is able to decide how they want to move forward in terms of hiring a staff person, an executive director, whatever that looks like. This person is going to be charged with completing and onboarding member organizations through the MOU process, getting the 501c3 application started and finished, identifying and establishing all of the relevant policies, procedures, and structures that need to be there for that, and then beginning to identify and apply for funding opportunities to get them going. This person will also be in charge of coming back to the board with a proposal at budget time for how a funding line item would work for the CARES Coalition and how that could be then funneled through to member organizations. And then they will also be charged with starting a long-term shelter strategic plan, because we know that's a very immediate need that needs to be addressed. And then coming back to the commission to round out their time in June with the plan for how this organization wants to move forward. I think this is a really important time. As we've seen, there is so much increased need. But I think it's time for us to maybe just think differently, think a little bit outside of the box. A structure like this is not one that we've ever looked at for our nonprofits. We've talked to other communities in the state. We've talked a lot to Lexington about how these things work, and gotten a lot of ideas. And I really feel like the support is there, the momentum is there. I feel like our agencies are at a point where they want so badly to grow and to expand and to meet these needs, and they recognize that they're going to be stronger together than they are separately. And so I really feel like this is a good time. It is the perfect time to set this group up to move forward, and that the administrative support we would be able to provide would really be an investment that would pay off in the long term as this agency is able to be established and become independent and really take the role of meeting a lot of these needs in our community. And so with that, I will open it up to questions. The proposal that I will have for you guys is to so I will, depending on what direction the commission directs tonight, I will put together a proposal for and contract for this consultant position to be put on the voting meeting next week.
Ms. Hecker, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Where'd you go? Oh, there we are. All right. I have some ideas about this, but my my concerns are that these organizations serve not just Frankfort citizens, but all of the citizens of Franklin County. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that's very fair. And I will say too, that's something that we have talked extensively about, and that our police department always brings up too, is that when you look at the data and the calls where clients are calling or people are calling who need assistance within this community, it is spread evenly across city, county, geographically. Yes.
It's my understanding that this issue was timely, but also it was timely in the sense that we had an issue with the ability to have a homeless shelter in downtown Frankfort, correct?
Yes. Sorry.
You want me to pause and let you go? Like, okay. Yeah. It's all right. So I'll try to be quick. So we had a bit of a crisis in downtown Frankfort. Is that also a fair statement?
Yes, recently. Yes, we have seen a lot of increased numbers with our need for direct shelter and long-term affordable housing.
2020, the city dedicated $100,000 and the county dedicated $100,000 to try to address immediate homeless needs at the old Frankfort Health Department. Is that correct?
Yes, that was the other part of the CARES Coalition presentation that we gave last fall, was that we needed a location that the county owned, so they were able to negotiate a lease agreement with the Simon House, and then city and county shared the cost of renovating that building to get people in the door there for the Simon House.
Is are they using it at this point?
I don't think so. I think that they are still finishing construction. The last I heard is that they are slated for a January open date.
Total cost of the renovations were?
I don't know an updated cost, no.
Do you know if it stayed within the $200,000 that had been given?
I don't know. I think it may be over that. I am not sure. I've not seen an official number myself personally. So I don't know. I can't answer that for sure.
Commissioner Thompson,
Yeah.
I can jump in
Yes.
for that.
Yes.
I don't have the sheet with me, but I do have a sheet back in my office that instead of 200,000 or 100,000 each, it's 122. There's going to be a request for that the costs were $40,000 higher. So, but this is not. I mean, we're not addressing this. We'll have to come back to at a separate time.
But this all kind of goes to the joint resolution that we've tried to work out some solutions with the county, and the county's kind of taken over some of those decisions and run with them. And it's my understanding that in one of the meetings that the judge executive essentially said, city's going to pay for half of whatever we go over, and
I'm not privy to those conversations.
Okay.
However, I think what's most important is going forward with Blair and the CARES Coalition to see if there's clear direction from the commission about supporting this consultant. But I will follow up with the county, and I think Blair is slated to speak to in front of the next county meeting this Thursday, to also talk to them about the CARES Coalition to get clarity. And then I will have a meeting with them also this week, and once we do get some more information from the county, I'll definitely bring it back to you, to the commission.
great. My next question, Blair, is there is since that facility has not opened. Well, let me ask you this: how many people was that facility supposed to house?
Gosh, it's been a year since I worked on this initially. It was going to be whatever that fire code allowed for. I want to say 8 to 14.
Get it to 16 with the renovations. Does that sound right?
16.
That does sound right. It was whatever we could safely house in there without the building having a sprinkler system. And so the city and county's commitment was to just make those general renovations that were HVAC system, bathrooms, and then just general ingress, egress to meet codes, fire safety codes, to get that initial number in there, with then the goal that Simon House will be able to work into more grants or funding to be able to carry that project forward.
How many people is the Simon House currently providing temporary housing to?
I don't know a direct number. I know that their board, in order to meet some of the need, is temporarily housing people in motels here in the community. I believe, well, I'm not sure where that last number is. I believe it has been anywhere between 20 and 40 people that they have been housing at one time.
Monthly cost of housing these individuals is?
It is several $1,000s a month.
$1,000 a month, does that sound right?
I believe that's a number that the executive director threw out to me.
Okay. So I think it is incredibly important to get a consultant in here that knows how to create the 501c3, that can bring in all of the organizations. I believe that it's important that the organizations that want to be a part of this CARES Coalition must sign an MOU or an MOA with the organization. If they do not sign an MOU or an MOA, they do not have the ability to receive any of those CARES money. I think it's important that the city gets one ask, and whoever that executive director or whatever that title may be, and their board, they then make sure that those monies flow through the CARES organization, so that there is some accountability and perhaps a marrying of some organizations that may be duplicating services. I also think that the county has to have some skin in this game. I know we like to use that term, but this is a city and county problem. As local police and the sheriffs have pointed out, this is a county-wide problem all over the county. This is not a downtown Frankfort problem. It's my understanding, and I want to make sure that I understand this correct, Ms. Hecker, you are suggesting that it would cost $5,000 a month for a 6-month period for this individual to be able to meet all of these goals that you outlined in your presentation, correct?
Yes, that's correct. So a total of $30,000 that would be paid out monthly, $5,000 per month.
Okay. Is there a particular reason why that yourself and other individuals wanted this to be an independent 501c3 as opposed to a quasi-governmental agency where there may be some form of accountability to the Board of Commission and the Fiscal Court?
Yeah, there's several reasons. So I think from the city side of it is that we are a small community for the amount of shelters and service agencies that we actually have. And so I don't know, something that City Manager Haig and I have talked a lot about is that I don't know that there's the resources on the city side to allocate towards a continued government office. Actually, the only community that I could find that does that is Lexington, and they are a merged city-county government with obviously a much higher population, and they have about 20 to 30 organizations who are part of their coalition. So, sorry.
But we would be funding them to an extent. I mean, they're going to come to us and they're going to ask us for money for their organizations, and I assume they're going to need operating funds as well, correct?
So what this consultant would allow them to do is to be able to start to look at some of these bigger state and federal grant funds that, you know, could be hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. There is administrative overhead that comes from those grant funds that would be able to go into the CARES Coalition budget as a 501c3 to cover the cost of whatever staff person, however they're going to choose to set that up to administer all these plans and goals long term. That money would then be shared among the partner agencies, the members of the coalition, to actually carry out the grant funds, to receive the funds to complete specific parts of those grants. The City Commission already is funding these organizations through direct asks that come before the commission every year in budget time. And we don't have any sort of formal application process that, you know, requests a specific amount or for a specific project or follow-up data that come back from that. And so I think this would actually be a way for the commission in the long term to consolidate some of that funding, to channel it all into one organization that then is charged with distributing that out in a measurable way to the membership organizations that is then going to be able to report back on measurable data, outcomes that have been achieved, how that money has been spent. So really just reorganizing the funds that the commission is already giving annually and channeling it more efficiently.
I understand that, and I like that idea. What I'm more getting at is if it's not a quasi-governmental agency, then we don't have any accountability to the city commission.
Sure we do.
In what way?
Well, when we can require, when we provide, if they would like funding, we can make requirements. It's going to be, we can do monitoring and evaluation. We can put in metrics. I think this is something Blair and I have already talked about because we do want to have accountability. It's got to be milestones. We talk about that with all of our community partners. I know we've talked about it with DFI and others. And so when they apply, we can, in our agreement with them, we can require it.
Sure.
And you can require it. So there is accountability to the commission.
And what happens when they don't meet that accountability?
Well, that's up to, I mean, you can decide not to fund folks again. You can make another decision. We can make a change in funding like the commission has done before.
I think we're on the same page.
Yeah,
I think my issue is that the city and the county have put things in place before with other organizations that are, you know, either directly funded or funded jointly with the city and county, and there have been milestones, and there have been things that have been. Nothing ever happens if they don't do it. They just continue to fund them, and that is my concern. If this is an independent agency, then the independent agency will come to us and say, we need $250,000 to pay for these charitable organizations, and we all could look like jerks if we didn't fund the agencies, even though we know that the parameters that we had set up, whether they are audits or financial measures, haven't been met, and so then it becomes then we don't have any control to fix the problem. Instead, we withhold money, which hurts all of the people that those agencies may present. So I agree with you. We do have those measurable abilities, but the city of Frankfort has a long history of allowing organizations to wither on the vine without meeting those goals, and then nothing's done about it. And so my concern is if we do this the same way, and we don't keep these entities at least as a quasi-governmental entity, which really, I mean, the only reason to do that is to allow them to receive funding from both the city and the county, and they can qualify for state benefits and retirement. So, but it also allows us to have direct accountability to those organizations, and that's the thing that I'm afraid we don't have enough of, is that direct accountability.
Yeah. Commissioner Thompson, I would offer this. I'm happy to, because Blair and I have talked about it, and happy to have some more conversations where we bring back one, maybe there's an application process as we provide funding. Two, I know that DFI, KCDC, tourism, others used to really present quarterly. And I think with the pandemic, other things, that kind of got lost by the wayside. And Shermay and Laura Ross and I have talked about it with the commission meetings and the calendar, that we're going to do a better job in inviting our partners to come and speak and present. But that in particular, what I would hope is that I hear your concerns, we share them as well, that I could take this as, if there's consensus from the commission, take it as direction that we can do some research and come back with you before the next budget season, when people start the budget presentations, before they ask, and to come up with some ideas for solutions to address the concerns you have, and if they're shared by the commission.
And perhaps this individual who goes into this role can study, because this is going to be someone who understands 501c3 applications and how that works. Maybe they can present us with some solutions too, to make sure that those safeguards are in place.
Yeah.
So,
and
I'm
our
not
Blair
saying
also has her master's in nonprofit
No,
management,
Right.
and she's been great.
Can I say something to that point too, Commissioner? Is that that's sort of what this next 6-month period is going to be. You all have a lot of unanswered questions. I think the agencies coming into it still have a lot of unanswered questions, and that's because I really feel like we need this next 6-month period to have someone just dedicated to that administrative side of it. To figure out what is going to work best. So, what policies and procedures are going to work best? What board structure is going to work best? How is the city going to be involved? Is it going to be through a budget allocation? Maybe there is a recommendation that comes back about how to structure that as a more formal quasi-governmental agency. I think we don't know yet. And I think this consultant and then this next 6-month period really gives us that time to set it up and do it right before anything is formally off the ground.
Any other questions?
Can I just make a quick comment?
Yes. Go ahead, Commissioner Hunter.
Blair, thank you so much. I just want to say I think the CARES Coalition is really the best way for all of our shelters to tap into, larger federal pots of money. So I appreciate all of your work on this, everybody in the community that's been involved, and you, Blair. And I am supportive of the 6-month consultant position. I also agree with Commissioner Thompson that this is not just a city issue, this is a countywide issue. And it would be great to have the county help us in funding this consultant, and who knows, maybe we could get 6 months of funding out of the county, and then we could have them for a whole year. So just putting that out there.
And my only concern is who's gonna do the hiring on this? Are we gonna approve this, or who makes the decision on who we're hiring for this position?
Well, we follow our standard process and advertise it, and we set up a interview panel like we do for other positions.
Okay.
But what if we ask the county for half the funding?
I'll need to talk to the county.
We can set that up any way we want, and we could ask them for funding towards the position but still maintain the hiring control.
The autonomy of the.
Yes, that's always possible.
I guess my only comment was that I think it's great, Blair. I'm glad it's moving in the right direction. I think this is what's best for the city, for us to continue to support all organizations underneath this one umbrella that keeps us out of the middle of all things giving. But I definitely agree that the county does need to have, I mentioned that in our previous meetings with those that I've had meetings with, but I also think that there has to be accountability piece. So before everyone is getting into this CARES Coalition, we have to set our goals and objectives and our do's and don'ts, right? So in order to get in CARES Coalition, you should definitely have an audit. It should be updated, and your finances should be in order. All of those different things. For me, I need you to have all your finances in order to become part of the CARES Coalition, because I don't need 4 or 5 organizations that do have audits, that do have their things in order, to feel like they're pulling along one other organization because they've not done what needs to happen. And this has come to fruition, with the whole men's shelter, homelessness going on with that issue of not having certain funds. And so for me, that's one thing I would want, is for everyone to be on the same accord and going in with just as much skin in the game, asking for $100,000 or whatever that may be, and being ready to be able to control or be able to disperse that money out and be able to report back to us on where that money goes. So that would be something that's huge for me.
And I think to speak to that, Commissioner Waldridge, is that that's one of those things that these organizations, I think, need help with in what sorts of financial mechanisms they should be putting in place, and how do we strengthen these organizations, not just in terms of the services that they are providing, but also in terms of just being a strong nonprofit organization. And that's part of that agency training and support goal that's in there as well. So I think it is important that we're able to move forward and start getting agencies involved and then start being able to bring in the resources to help equip them to be able to undergo some of these things like audits or put in place the right financial mechanisms or board approvals or whatever that needs to look like.
Anything more?
Mayor, I'm sorry. May I?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry. I just wanted to clarify that the finance department actually does get applications. We get budgets from everyone. We get audits from those that actually have an audit. Now, what I will say about audits is that they're expensive. They can be expensive. And it's hard for a small organization to potentially get an audit. So there's other ways that you can check those things out. They can do such things as agreed upon procedures. It's a step down. But it does allow some assurance. So there's some things that these folks can do that might be a little more cost effective for them. And then also, was there some discussion about the Simon House? Is that?
Questions, right.
Okay, well, so the city had agreed to provide up to $100,000 for the shelter when it becomes available, and it's gonna be worked on in conjunction with what the Franklin County Fiscal Court was doing as well. And it's gonna be up to $100,000. I just wanna clarify, so, yeah.
We didn't dedicate any money towards the ongoing housing at hotels, did we?
No.
That's a
It's
Simon
just-
House thing.
It's a commitment, just like the Humane Society commitment is.
But if I'm correct, and I looked at the minutes, the city dedicated $100,000 total
To the building.
to the building.
To fixing up the
To
renovation
fixing up the
renovation
building.
of the building,
And
yes.
and
And
the-
to the fiscal court, not to the
Correct.
Simon directly.
Right, it would be up to that amount after we see expenses.
Why did we give them autonomy to have our money?
You're good?
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Boyd.
Put you down.
No. New business.
New business?
Yeah,
You don't want me to you don't want me to do it after the presentation?
So at this
Well,
point,
what
I
do you
wondered
wanna
if
do?
there's clear direction from the commission about moving forward of hiring the consultant. And if I hear correctly from the comments that there is support,
May I
Yes.
may I make a I would like to make a joint resolution.
Not now. New business.
Look
With
at
the-
Lori. Lori's like, what? That took a left turn.
A joint,
He would like to make a joint resolution with us and the county. Correct.
That's correct.
during the work session. That's something for new business, I think. Right now, we're just directing.
Their meeting is on Friday. Their last meeting of the year is on Friday.
Can we take a recess first? I'll entertain a motion. If you wanna do that, I think we entertain a motion for a recess. I think we all need a break. I do, before I consider that.
Motion to recess.
Second.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say same sign.
Nay?
Aye. Motion carries 5 minutes.
Can you guys hear me? Can I weigh in? Is that okay? No, so this is what we had talked about, and what I ran past Laura Haig and Laura Ross was that it was brought up in our meetings with the commissioners that there was support to approach the fiscal court about sharing this, and so
Commissioner Thompson.
For my electroshock therapy in the back, I have changed my wording. Just kidding. I would like to direct the staff to prepare a resolution and contract for the consultant position with the idea that it would be jointly shared, the cost would be jointly shared with the county for a shared cost of $15,000 each. The county would pay $15,000 to the city for funding the consultant, and the city would pay out the total amount over the 6-month period. I would further ask that Ms. Hecker go to the county meeting on Friday, present the CARES Coalition update, and update them with what our direction to staff is going to be. And I would further ask that staff add progress presentations to the fiscal court and the BOC for the consultant tasks prior to us making a decision about listing that job for hire. And I think that needs to be in the form of a motion, right?
No, we're just directing. And
Yeah,
if there's
just
no
directing.
other,
Okay, great.
if there's no objections or anybody else has any input? No?
Great, I'll accept that as clear direction from the commission, and we will move forward.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson.
Commissioner
City
Thompson.
Manager.
Thank you.
Moving on, discussion item number 3.
Yes, thank you. Eric Cockley is here. We're going to discuss the draft Urban Chickens ordinance. Urban Chickens has been discussed for quite some time here in the community, and we've created several opportunities for citizens to share concerns and ideas. Staff will ask if there's clear direction for the commission to proceed. If the commission is in favor of allowing urban chickens in the city, this draft ordinance offers a very sanitary, public health, and safety-oriented approach. Thank you, Mr. Cockley.
Thanks. Evening, everybody. I'm going to go through real quickly just kind of the basic tenets from the language as drafted, as Laura mentioned, since last February when I believe we had quite a bit of testimony, pro and con, about the chicken issue. We formed that working group and have met 4 or 5 times since then towards this draft to bring back to you all. And what you have in front of you is the result of that work. So, baseline, maximum of 6 non-crowing chickens per property. When I say non-crowing, that means hens, not roosters. Requirement for a 6-foot fence in the backyard specifically. In addition to that, there would also be a requirement for a hen house or coop or sometimes what they call a chicken tractor, which actually can kind of move around the yard, that's enclosed on all sides when unattended. And that also is simultaneously located at least 25 feet from the nearest residence. And when we reference the nearest residence, we also include any decks or porches that might be attached to that residence if it's a single-family home, something of that nature. No perceptible odor from beyond the property line, no breeding or slaughtering. We have requirement about the well-timed removal of manure. Unless you're using that in terms of composting, then that should be well ordered and kept in line. The hen house and coop and tractor should also be kept free from trash and accumulated droppings or feed. And that feed should be stored either inside the home or in some type of container that can be considered generally rodent resistant, so other critters don't get in it and make a mess of it. The way that we have laid out to control folks that want to have chickens is going to be through a permit through the planning department. I haven't quite decided whether we'll just use our existing zoning permit process or create our own chicken permit. It's not particularly important which way we go. And then that'll give us an ability, initially on when we kind of talked about this, I didn't particularly want to do this through a permit rather than just have a set of guidelines, and as long as folks live by them, then the permit wouldn't be necessary. But I do think through our discussions that it can be helpful, because just through requiring the permit gives us an ability to make sure we share all the requirements with folks, have them sign off that they understand what they're supposed to do, and hopefully avoid problems for us from an enforcement capability later after somebody's already gone and gotten a bunch of chickens, maybe a ton more than they should have. That could have been avoided if we had just kind of had that information out there that they do in fact need to come see us, pull a permit, make sure that we've educated them on the requirements and things of that nature. In terms of enforcement, when we have issues, we've written it right now that the 7 days to correct reasonable issues they may have, we will issue a notice of violation, and this is very similar to the way we deal with enforcement with our nuisance code, but it'll be its own separate from that. So notice of violation, if that is not corrected at the end of the period of the notice of violation, we'll issue a citation. That'll have a $100 civil penalty associated with it, which will then multiply with each additional offense. And if we eventually can't get correction and satisfaction, then we can work with city attorney to think about legal action. Otherwise, animal control, just as they can today, if there's animal welfare issues, things like that, then they can always, under their authority, remove animals and deal with those things appropriately.
Can I ask a question? And this is going to be for Laura Ross. How would the urban backyard chickens ordinance be affected by a neighborhood restriction?
Like a homeowners
Yeah.
association type
Yeah.
restriction? That's a good question. I do believe that is, that's separate. I think that if there's a homeowners association and they have to be part of it, then they have to abide by those rules, as long as those rules don't in and of themselves violate a city ordinance.
Right.
Can we say that in the ordinance, that a homeowners association would take precedence?
But generally speaking, those homeowner associations and deeded restrictions in neighborhoods are separate and civil from anything we would enforce, whether it's zoning, nuisance code, an independent ordinance like this. So this question has come up a lot with some of the folks that participated with us
Sure.
as well.
Right.
Hey, if my neighborhood has a restriction that, you all aren't gonna give permits for chickens, and the answer is no, we are. Now, if your neighborhood association has its own, they're active and they're willing to go after folks that don't live up to those restrictions, they're entitled to do that. I don't know how many of those neighborhoods in our community are that put together with a neighborhood association that is active, and registered and whatever.
I think there's some now that are after this. I think they've.
I think some of the folks that we've had these conversations
Right.
with are some of those folks in those neighborhoods, so yeah.
So let me make sure I understand, Mayor and Mr. Cockley. So there is either a deed restriction or a homeowners association restriction that essentially says thou shalt not have foul birds, and they come to the city and they ask for a license to have said fowl chickens. You all will grant that permit, and then they will put up their coop, which I assume will be the first notice that these individuals will get, and then at that point they have to enforce this through a property dispute that they would have to take to Franklin Circuit Court.
That's as I understand it. Now, what we would do, much like we do in other cases, if we're aware that a neighborhood has restrictions, particularly if they have an active neighborhood association, we're not always aware of that.
Right.
Some of our neighborhoods are fairly old. Maybe they had restrictions at one time. Maybe they're still a neighborhood association. Maybe there's not. But in cases when we're aware of it, we actively try to advise people, hey, you're asking for a permit to do X, but we've already run into this in the past, and in your neighborhood, either A, you need to check, because if there's restrictions, your association could come after you and you could have a big problem to deal with.
Yeah.
And we try to advise them so they know if you're about to get yourself in the middle of something, you need to be aware of that.
Is there a means by which we could have a notice of some kind, on the chicken permit, and at the bottom of the chicken permit there is a notice: these subdivisions or these neighborhoods have restrictions on those. And again, you can still issue the chicken permit, but
Yeah.
maybe at that point they go, I don't want the fight. But
No, it's a great idea, and we've talked a lot about putting together or having, we can probably, a lot of our informational material that we'll probably have available for folks so they can at least even learn what they're getting into, right? We talked about any number of things that might be in that, but that could be one of those things. Now, I would ask though, that these neighborhoods that know they have restrictions and absolutely want their neighbors to be put on notice for them to let us know that they have those restrictions, because like I said, I'm not always aware. But if I know, then I'm more than happy on our materials, whether it's on the application material itself or any attached just informational pamphlet, so that we can make sure they're aware.
We can do that. We can just say it's a non-exclusive list and we don't guarantee that.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
But whomever wants to share that with me, you know, that they have those, preferably with a copy of them. Otherwise, we can always, you know, go to the clerk's office and pull a deed or two and find out. But
Email you directly or
perfect.
city? Okay. The other thing that I worry about is if we have tremendous amounts of people in, say, the downtown area that add chickens, is there an added risk of any other animal control issues that would necessitate us hiring someone for to control the population of dogs and coyotes and foxes and things of that nature?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, all right.
How much more work are we creating?
You know, it honestly depends on how many folks actually take this up. And that kind of goes back to why we originally thought, you know, permit, license, no license, and initially, just for that reason, my initial gut reaction was I do not want to create an additional permit that has to go and do that. But I think in this case it's probably a good thing. My expectation is, and we'll just have to find out if you all move forward, but you know, we may not find that we see a lot. But it's possible. It just depends. You know, I talked to the folks in Cynthiana. They passed a similar set of regulations, I think back in 2020, because from what the city clerk told me, they had a high school student come and she wanted to have chickens for like an FFA project or something. And so she brought a model ordinance and they passed it, and they require permits for the chickens. And since 2020, they've issued one to her and one to one other person. Is that indicative of what's going to happen here?
Not according to my email.
Don't know. Yeah, it's,
Several people.
Yeah.
you know,
There's no
that-
minimum lot size.
mhm.
But the 25 feet from, I guess, the closest part of the person's house behind or beside
Right.
must be 25 feet from that. Whether that's a decking, then it's from the closest part of the decking, 25 feet to their hen house.
Right, so the intention was to use that distance between structures more so than a setback from a property line, which is what we do lots of times in planning. Because, and in downtown is a perfect example. I mean, I think about my house.
Your house, yeah.
And a 25-foot setback from any of my neighboring neighbors' backyard from the property line wouldn't necessarily be nearly, you know, as effective as having a setback from the structure itself. Because there might be places where the most appropriate place for a coop in a backyard to not bother anybody else might be right up against one particular property line, but specifically away from others that have structures closer to them.
Right.
So this, I think, gives you the ability to hopefully site-specific, the most out-of-the-way, non-nuisance invoking
And
location,
they
hopefully.
have to provide that plan though in their permitting.
Yeah.
Is there a method by which this, it may be totally unnecessary, you're right, we may have 2 or 3, but is there a method by which, very similar to the way County Clerk Hancock, where you can look up an address and see if there's a chicken permit to that address? I think one of the a lot of calls that we get are, these people next door to me, I know they wouldn't have gone down and gotten a chicken permit, and you know, we don't want to bother you guys, and we don't want to, you know, do that if it's as simple as being able to see who has chicken permits and who doesn't. Is that, I mean,
we wouldn't typically kind of publicly publish permit information that way, although it is all public record.
Right.
That we keep through our software, which keeps both of our code enforcement and all of our permitting information goes through the software, so it is The good news is, if you or anyone else calls to ask a question, it's as simple as typing an address in and hitting search.
Right.
I hadn't thought ahead about the idea that we would in some way publish whom has
We don't.
chicken permits.
Yeah, we also don't create a lot of ordinances that, by their face, could create a nuisance to a neighbor. So, I mean, that's the only thing that I'm thinking of is that, whether it's health related or, sound or smell or whatever it is, I just wondered if there was a way to be able to do that.
If we end up sharing some information, whether it's on our department page or elsewhere on the city's page, and I'm just thinking out loud, it might be that, we'll share obviously that educational material,
Right.
applications.
Right.
Maybe an easy way to do that doesn't add too much time and energy, particularly if we don't have that many, might be
Right.
that one link on that page
Right.
could be
A Word document that has
a spreadsheet or Word
right.
document says,
Yeah.
2020 chicken permits.
Yeah.
These 4 houses or something.
City Manager Haig,
Yes.
will that new application that we're talking about, does it have the ability for us to do something similar of that?
Oh, you mean our C-click fix?
Yeah.
If there's a issue? Actually, Bobby Rippey is just organizing our citywide working group on that
Okay.
to populate it. If there is an ordinance, if there is some permitting, I mean, you can take a picture of the chicken coop, although we don't know
Right.
the distance from the next house, but possibly.
I'm just trying to think of the easiest way so that we don't get multiple calls about the chicken coops that may go
Sure.
up, or the chicken smell, or the chicken, whatever. Those are the things that, because if they do have a permit, if they are supposed to be there, then they gotta take that issue to,
So generally speaking, when folks pull permits for like construction activities, things of that
Right.
nature, we'll tell them to put the permit placard in the front window. Now, is that something we police heavily? If we already know they have a permit, I'm not gonna go knocking on somebody's door because the permit placard fell out of the window, if I
Right.
know they've got it. But that's something else that we might be able to emphasize on the front end, that, hey, your neighbor's gonna get real curious and they're gonna blow up the commission or they're gonna call our office, please make sure you post that permit, the first, maybe even ask them if they're willing to just leave it up the first couple months they have
Yeah.
a chicken or something.
we could give them like a complimentary, like, chicken placard holder, something really fancy with like Frankfort.
Yeah, it just might involve a budget
Home
amendment
of the
or something
chickens,
fancy like
yeah.
that, I'm not sure.
How much is a permit?
It depends, if we do a zoning permit, those are $10.
That's it?
That's it for zoning permit. And otherwise, we have not laid out a specific fee in the ordinance as of yet, if we did an independent chicken permit. Whether we could set that ourselves or that would need to be part of the ordinance.
we probably should put it in the ordinance,
Yeah.
honestly.
Any other discussion or questions for Mr. Cochran?
Not what it's all cracked up to be, huh?
So,
Commissioner Under?
I was just gonna thank you for all the time and effort you put into this, staff put into this, citizens put into this. I feel like I say that all the time. It's always a group effort in Frankfort. It's something citizens have wanted for a while, so it's just nice to see it and discuss it. I do have one question about the 6-foot fence requirement. How will you know they have a 6-foot fence? Are you all gonna go check?
Yeah, much like we do on other
Okay,
things.
so you will go
Yeah, we'd
and
issue
check
a
their
permit,
backyard.
kinda like we would on any fence permit, frankly. We'd issue the permit, and then what we'll usually do is ask folks to give us a call. Hey, when you get all your stuff installed,
Okay.
give us a call. One of us will swing by and kinda check the boxes. Okay, there's a fence, there's the chicken coop, it's in the location generally described on your plan, that kinda stuff. And verify.
Okay, so wondering what that's gonna look like. Other than that, if the group worked together to create this, I mean, I really don't have any issues.
How many people were on the working group?
We had a nucleus probably of 4 or 5 people that came to every single meeting, and I don't know, 2, 3, 4 more people that came to some, but not all.
Split evenly between pro and.
Fairly evenly, yeah. Out of that nucleus, we had, 2 very strong proponents of the chicken ordinance that I think we're all familiar with that came, and at least 2 other folks who, generally speaking, were not, but did stay along for the ride with us to at least offer their input and participate, which I think was good. Don't believe it changed anybody's mind about their position on chickens, but they did at least participate to get, I think as one of the gentlemen said in our last meeting before bringing this back to Laura to bring to you all is, I think the comment was, I'm still against chickens, but if I gotta have them, this is at least a reasonable way to do it. So.
And if we were to put a provision in here about the neighborhood associations, it doesn't necessarily have to be any, just the ones that have restrictions, like South Frankfort Neighborhood Association, Tanglewood Neighborhood Association. They're organizations to.
On the permit.
Right, but then there's
they'd have
others
to
that
have
where
a-
they mow your yard and they fix your roof and
Yeah, they'd have to have a specific livestock, poultry, restriction to be able to be on that list, right? I mean, maybe this pushes some organizations to do that, but.
Right, I think the way we would do it on a permit is just to say we are aware of the following HOAs that have chicken-related provisions.
HOA rather than neighborhood association. That's what we should. Right.
Whatever it might be.
Right. I think
Yeah.
that's the differentiator.
'Cause once they walk out with their permit, it's personal responsibility at that point. There's a personal responsibility to make sure that you're following through. The city's here is just, we're not here to go through and check all the boxes for all these HOAs. They started their HOA on their own. That's up to them. Our goal is to provide a service to all citizens. So when they walk in this building, regardless of an HOA, we're gonna provide that service to all citizens, so long as they meet A, B, and C on the permit requirements. When they walk out the door, we're done, until there's issues that start to arise. It's on the individual to make sure that, if you go buy fireworks in Indiana and come across the board, you can still buy your fireworks in Indiana, they're gonna ask you, you're not supposed to shoot them off in the state of Kentucky when you come back over the border.
Right.
So there's personal accountability and personal responsibility to know what you can and can't do once you get it. So it seems to me like it doesn't matter if we put that in there, because at the end of the day, the city ordinance is still gonna allow it. It's gonna be up to the HOA to go back and enforce it. We're not gonna get involved in the enforcement piece.
Right. It's not gonna-
Of the HOA.
Right, it's not
Of
gonna
the
change
HOA.
our ability to do anything about that, but it still, I guess, can be useful that we can inform people if they didn't do
Right,
their homework
yeah. And like,
themselves, yeah.
places like Tractor Supply that sell these chickens that a lot of our people are gonna go out, I would recommend, of course, that maybe there's a pamphlet there with information about what that looks like, so when people go out and decide to get their chickens right there next to, I don't know, do you order chickens online? Do they come? I don't know. I don't know, but so the point there being is just, the information piece, we've done what we can, and then, it's on you. We've provided the information, it's on the permit, you've gone through that, you've seen it. Now you need to know walking out whether or not you can.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'll do that too.
So what do you do when you confiscate the chickens because someone broke it? Do you just take the chickens home? Do you take them over to the animal shelter? Do they have a chicken wing now?
I don't believe they'll have a chicken wing. I imagine what animal control would probably do, and I don't know, work in animal control, and honestly don't plan on beginning to work in animal control anytime soon if I can help it. But it's one thing to rehome like a cow, a donkey, a horse. It's another thing to rehome 6 chickens. When you have a smaller rural community like us, it's probably not going to be, I would imagine, as difficult to find somebody that perhaps has already got chickens out on a farm somewhere to say, hey, you want 6 more because somebody got them that shouldn't, or what have you, or they're not taking care of them.
Okay.
So, not to speak for animal control, but I imagine that it's not going to be as bad.
Okay. I just don't want chicken running all over the community,
Well,
spay, neuter, and return the
you know,
cats. I just don't.
If it becomes a problem, we can always ban.
The beauty of ordinances is that they are not permanent.
Right.
They can be altered at any time.
And we've shared that with the group all along the way, both the pro and the con folks, that, remember, once happens, assuming the commission approves this, What happens after that dictates whether, exactly, we have tons of complaints and we come back and go, you know what, guys, that was a mistake, shouldn't have done it, and correct the mistake, or whether we find out that, you know, it didn't create a bunch of work and it wasn't as, you know, as much of a nuisance as some folks thought or not.
Someone said that it's easy to rehome chicken, so hey. It's pretty cool.
Things that easier.
Oh, easy. Thank you, Eric. I
That's a
appreciate it.
citizen's comment, we can't allow that. Any other discussion for Eric? If not, we'll direct staff to, we'll have this on the next agenda.
For the voting. The only change I heard is talking about maybe a different permit fee for that, if I heard you all correctly.
Put it
or
in
not.
the ordinance?
Yeah, to put in the ordinance.
I don't know, I don't wanna keep it static. I'd hate to have to update the ordinance every time we wanna increase the fee on that.
Well, I think what Laura's saying, it needs to be in the ordinance.
Yeah, I think we'll go ahead and add it.
Could it reference a fee
Schedule.
that's set?
We can figure, we
Yeah.
can take it with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll figure something.
Provide
Great, thank you very much,
Great.
Commission.
Thank you.
And thank you, Eric.
So, I mean, I know that it's 4-1 here, but, I mean, is there any reason to have any comment with regard to, our positions on the chicken ordinance, other than the language of it, at this point?
I don't think
Wait
so.
till you vote, yes or no?
Yeah. For next
That would-
week's vote.
Yes,
Next
ma'am.
Monday. Unless there's any other particular changes to this, otherwise it can be by vote.
I would, the only other thing that I would add in here is, some type of reference to, the criminal code if, a chicken, causes harm or injury, and it's traced, to that, and it needs to be, the criminal code needs to be, cited, or at least referenced, with regard to, livestock and liability standards. Because that is a,
In terms of
Race-
the owner being responsible, I assume is
Yes.
what you're getting at?
yes.
Laura, are you familiar with the references Kyle's
It's
mentioned?
always a cow case. Cow gets out, cow's on the road, you hit the cow, they go, oh, you should have avoided the cow. You go, no. Cow was on the road.
Should have been in the
It's
field.
Farmer Joe's cow. Farmer Joe's responsible for the cow. Same thing here, if there is a disease, or if there is an injury in any way, and it can be traced to unkempt chickens, or not cleaning the coop the way they should, I think that needs to be in there, because if there is something that we create and it causes harm, I would feel absolutely terrible if we do not allow for, we don't have the proper language in the ordinance to protect those individuals.
Commissioner, if you don't mind, I'll actually contact you and we can talk about that a
Yes,
little
ma'am.
more so that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Cassidy.
Good points.
They call me Colonel Sanders.
So next up on our discussion items, our Parks and Rec and Historic Sites Director, Sean Pickens, will present 3 options for parks fees for programs and facilities. This will be the last of the fees to be approved to be for the commission for next year. Bryce.
We all. Good evening, how are you all? Good deal. Let's see what we got here. Okay, I think you all should have, I think we made copies of this for everybody. Okay. I'll try to go through this relatively briefly. I know it's getting late and we've got more on the agenda. So please stop me if you've got questions, concerns, input. These aren't overly, we would like to have them approved at the next meeting in December, but it's not overly super important that they are, so we can still have some flexibility of discussion. If you want further discussion or further research, we can do that and get more information to you along the way. So anyway, the first page here is talking about baseball and softball fees. Those are our two main sports that we operate in-house. And if you remember back, it's been several work sessions ago, we discussed this along with the golf course rates. We kind of separated the two out, and we just worried about the golf course rates at the time. That way we could focus on that. So now I'm bringing this back to you. So you've actually seen some of this already, but just kind of want to bring it back to you so you can have more input. 1, 2, and 3, proposal 1, 2, and 3 there is basically proposal 1 is keeping the rates the same as they were in 2019 and last year. Proposal 2 is just raising them $5, going from $65 to $70, and then proposal 3 is raising them from $65 to $75, so raising them $10. And then you can see there, roughly is about a $5,000 increase in revenue for each one of those options. And you can see the fee comparisons there on the bottom compared to surrounding counties and what they currently charge for their baseball. So just a few notes. Umpire pay rates, we've had to raise those some because it's getting more and more difficult to find umpires, referees, coaches, everything. Those are if you watch the news, coaches getting hit by players and fans, and it's just becoming a lot more difficult to find. So we've tried to up umpire pay a little bit to try to help offset some of that. Uniforms, hats, sporting equipment, all that's getting more expensive, especially with inflation hitting. We can't find them. Delivery cost is going up, so we're all kind of battling that. So that's just something to keep in mind there. So, and also just one last note on these, we are proposing that a $10 discount per sibling. So if a family signs up 2 kids, they get a $10 discount per each kid, and if a father or mother or grandparent, anybody wants to sign up to be a coach, that they get 50% off their child that they coach in their own household. Volunteer coaches are they're probably even harder to find than our paid umpires and referees. So, good quality ones. So, kind of an incentive to look there. So, any questions on that before moving forward? All right. Athletic field rentals. This is for baseball and softball fields. At Capitol View as well as at Lakeview, and this is for outside tournaments that come to town for travel tournaments. So these aren't field rentals for our park and rec leagues. This is for the Louisville travel team, Lexington travel team, Georgetown travel team wants to come and have a tournament at our park. Then that's the fees that we would charge towards to their organization per day. So right now, we charge $150 per day per field. And you can see there at the bottom comparisons to our surrounding counties and what they charge. Shelbyville's a little bit more than us. They're $200 per day, and they charge $50 per practice per field. For Sales, Woodford County is a little bit different. They're $300 for 3 days. So if you rent it for 1 day, it's $300. If you rent it for 3 days, it's $300. So Lawrenceburg is $150, just the same as us. They're $25 for practice, which we haven't been charging for practice. Georgetown, Scott County, they do it. I don't know that we would want to go this route just because of the admin, but 10% of their total profit of the tournament. So if the tournament brings in $2,000, then they have to pay 10% of that to the park. So right now we're kind of leaning towards either keeping it a flat fee of $150 and then adding a practice charge. Kind of a reason for that is right now kind of fields are first come, first serve, and folks kind of battle over them and sit out in the middle on a bucket and say, I've got this field reserved, and kind of runs into issues, and nobody really has some skin in the game. So if we put a relatively mild charge to it, we're also going to be putting our fields in the new online system that Bobby and I are working on now, Civic Rec, that you guys have already approved. So that's in the works. So field rentals for practice, for usage, will all have to go through that online system, or call our office too, and we'll go through the system. and then attach, at least a nominal fee to that, because we still have to put out the bases and we still have to maintain them. And if a team is practicing and they come in on a semi-wet day, they could destroy the field. We have to come in the next day and fix it over. So at least a nominal fee to do that. So we're proposing, we're still kind of weighing out what we want to do, but anywhere between $20 and $40 for that. And we're also looking at the resident and non-resident rate too. We're a little bit on the fence with that because that's just more administrative work on us. Figuring out where they're from, making sure they turn in paperwork to tell us where they're from. If they don't pay everything, then we're chasing them down and things like that. So should we keep it a flat fee or have a resident, non-resident rate? It's kind of similar to the aquatic center that we'll talk about here in a minute. So would be glad to, any suggestions or input that you have on the concept of resident versus non-resident rates. Any questions on that, on field rentals?
Do the other communities do a resident versus non-resident?
They do not. They do not. Georgetown and Scott County does non-resident rates on their aquatic center, which we'll get into here in just a minute. But on their fields, no, they do not. So, but none of the other facilities do. And talking to them, it's somewhat of an administrative headache trying to get us extra piece of paper and extra tracking down where they're from. And some people try to be sly and, oh, you live in Fankfort, don't you? Well, you sign up for me, So there's some issues there.
What would you rather us do?
Yeah, we're still weighing that out. But the more we look into it, more research it, we're kind of more leaning into just having one type of a flat rate. At least for now. Okay. Aquatic center. This is the big one, or probably the most complicated. A lot of numbers here. I apologize. Just trying to give you estimated increases in revenue and different options here. Again, resident, non-resident rates here is another potential option. Looking at option one is basically just raising the fees by 50 cents. Getting off that 50 cent, $5.50, $6.50, $3.50, what they currently are. That was instituted 2017-18 timetable. If you remember when the state went through those tax changes and started charging sales tax to a lot of government agencies and services that weren't before. That's why there was a 50-cent increase, was to cover those taxes. Instead of it being $5.37 to pay to come into the to the aquatic center, we just moved it up to $5.50, or my predecessors moved it up to $5.50 just to keep it so we're not dealing with pennies and nickels and dimes and stuff like that. So that's why it's at $5.50. So we're proposing to at least go up 50 cents and then $50 on night rentals. Our night rentals are booked through the roof. We always get calls. We've got waiting lists for night rentals.
Sean, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
In thinking about the different proposals and the different ages, did y'all look at kind of consolidating the age? Because I see that Mercer and Jessamine, they just have, it's like one age group. And talking about simplifying administrative work, if it's streamlining, would that help at all, or did you guys discuss that?
We did a little bit. It might help a little bit. That 3, 4, 5-year-olds, in a pool setting, don't take up as much, whatever you want to call it, not space, but as much administrative power than the 11, 12, 13s, so yeah, it would make things a little simpler to shrink them down, but trying to, a difference between a 3-year-old and a 16-year-old, is something different. Maybe we can go age, if you go
They all require a lifeguard.
3 to 17, yeah.
So.
Yeah, they all require lifeguards, and so.
Sean,
Yeah.
on the fee comparisons, we talked about this last time, but quite honestly, when we're on Zoom, I feel like we ask questions and
Yeah, understand.
it's lost in the cloud somewhere. Which of these, Scott, Woodford, Shelby, Jessamine, Oldham, are indoor facilities that have longer hours and longer seasons?
Yeah, Scott County, Woodford, and Shelby County. but these fees are for their outdoor aquatic centers only. They do not include, except for, yeah, because they're in separate places. So all these fees are just for their outdoor facilities.
Separate places?
Yes, except for Scott County. Yeah, Scott County is separate. They're over by the Kroger, where the
Okay.
pavilion's on the other side of town. Woodford County is not separate.
Right.
They are right
That's
next to
one
each
of-
other, but they have specific fees during the summer that have access just to the outdoor pool, and it doesn't include the indoor pool, and that's the fees that you see there as a comparison. So that $5, say for Woodford County, ages 16 and up, that only gets you in the outdoor part. You cannot go to the indoor part.
I'm just wondering
for
if
that.
the indoor part, even if they're at different locations, is subsidizing the fees that they are paying to keep them a little bit lower than what.
Somewhat. Yeah. Then proposal 2 there, that's where we get into the resident, non-resident rate again. The only facility that does resident, non-resident rates is Scott County. Did talk to them about it, again, like I spoke about with the fields, it's kind of the same kind of thing. You know, people, you have to ask them for an ID, and well, I didn't bring my ID. Okay, we trust you, blah, 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 blah. If we do go that route, we talked about maybe doing almost like a Kroger card. You know, the first time you come, okay, to show your ID, you get a Kroger card type thing that goes on your keys, and then the rest of the time, all you got, usually you're coming in with your car keys at least. A lot of people don't bring their wallets or their purses, they leave those locked in the car, hopefully locked in the car. So if we do that route, we'll go something like that. And we were probably how we were going to administrate it, what we're leaning towards is instead of having 2 rates listed for resident and non-resident rate, is just have one rate listed, have the non-resident rate listed, don't call it non-resident rate, have the one rate listed, but then a $1 discount for residents if they show their card when they come in. It is what, instead of trying to go back and forth. So that's kind of what we're leaning towards there if we go that route. The difference in revenue is about 26,000 and change in additional revenue if we get the same exact people from 2019 for proposal 1. Proposal 2 is close to $40,000 in additional revenue compared to 2019 numbers. Basing that off, 50 cents extra on the first proposal, and then 75 cents additional on proposal 2. Guessing that the majority of our pool users are residents, and then 25% or so are non-residents. Giving you that revenue number there. And then proposal 3 and 4 is exactly the same as 1 and 2. 3 is the same as 1, except raising the night rental fees $100 instead of $50. And then proposal 4 is the same as proposal 2, except we're proposing to raise the resident rate $100 for the night rentals, and then $150 for non-residents. So.
Sean, is there a particular proposal that you and the team, folks that you are recommending? I mean, I know you present these 3 options, but there's one more than others when you guys discussed it.
Yes, leaning towards proposal 2. And basically just listing it as the non-resident rate, as I just explained, and then offering a $1 discount to residents, that are residents of Franklin County and Frankfort and Franklin County. Because obviously they're paying property tax here and whatnot, and out of town folks are not. So if we, after talking with folks and researching some folks, like with the golf course, a lot of folks were like, well, if I have to pay extra to come from out of town, I'm not going to come. If I live in Anderson County or Shelby County, I want to come here. If I have to pay extra, I'm not going to come. So we kind of got it.
Yeah.
It's okay, at least our residents get to swim.
Yeah.
Sean, what's the financial impact of these, if we go, say, with proposal 2?
We're estimating about $40,000 additional in revenue.
But does that include the increased numbers of costs? Because we had talked about that we're going to increase the cost with regard to pumps and the
Oh,
lifeguards
oh.
and everything else?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's always factor into it. Yeah, we may not see, and that's kind of a hard number to give you exactly, knowing, we are probably going to have to raise lifeguard cost. A lot of this is helping to meet, inflation cost. We did this last year. We did raise lifeguard costs because we were so short. So we did raise it to a minimum of $10 where it was $8.25. So yeah, that's a good point. We say $40,000, but probably some of that will get eaten up by additional costs and inflation that we're seeing.
City manager,
Yes.
I don't see anybody else here to answer this. Is there, do we know what the annual loss on the pool is?
Yep.
Yes.
In 2019 was 114,000. Well, 115,000 rounded up. 114,764. Brought in 318,500 in revenue and 433,340 in expense.
And I assume 2020 was kind of wacky.
Yes. Yeah.
Is that number been fairly standard since the aquatic center is open?
The first few years that it was open, it broke even. And the main reason for that is our capacity was at 900.
Yeah.
And 4 years ago was maybe the summer before I started, emergency management and the city manager at the time and maybe the commission at the time decided to move that down to 600 because 900 people in the aquatic center was 600 people, which is the capacity now, and it's super crap. At 900, they had a few emergencies. Ambulances couldn't find places to park. They couldn't get in. The entrances were blocked. It was just too many people. So the reduction in capacity then created it to have around $100,000 loss. It's kind of standard after the reduction in capacity, and that will fluctuate a little bit. If we have a rainy summer or a cool summer, that can fluctuate easily by $30,000-$40,000 in either direction, give or take.
Well, I'll say that I sort of agree with you. I was leaning toward proposal 2 with you, but also would support the dissolution of the non-resident and resident if that's what you so choose. I really like the discount, showing a card that you are a local. You can get that from our school systems. We can work with our school systems and things like that to get people. So I like that idea.
Yeah.
That's responsible. If you want to get $1 off, bring your card.
Yeah.
And be that. But I also, one change that I would probably propose would be the group rate. You have it at $3.50.
Okay.
And you're moving it up to $4, which is still $2 below what the resident would pay. And I guess my concern there, would be the non-resident and the resident. That's where I would put the resident because we have a lot of school systems that come in during the summer that aren't just here in Frankfort. And
Yeah.
I just, giving them $4 a piece is great, but they're coming in, but they also take a lot of capacity out of that number from our residents when they do come. So I think bumping that number up for non-resident groups who are coming in from other schools and things like that should be a little higher versus those here in Frankfort.
Yeah, $5. You think?
Yeah, I think I'd be okay with that because that gives them $1 off the regular fee if you stick with the $6 resident or the $6 fee to get in.
Yeah.
If they're $1 below, that still gives them a discount per person of $1.
Keep it at $4. Let's say Western Hills wants to bring a group. $4 for them.
$4 for them
Give the
if
dollar
they're bringing
discount.
a group.
Yeah, if they're bringing a group. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's underneath of a group name, not, hey, let's all meet at the park. Just to get it
Yeah,
done.
if they come as an organized group. Yeah.
Yeah, I that's the
Or
only
chaperone.
thing I would do, just because our numbers are, it is packed and.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions on that? All right. Next slide is, this will be the last kind of big one, then the rest of them, the last one should be pretty simple. These are aquatic center emissions, but these are for season passes, okay? There to the far left is what we currently, $110 for an individual. Family of 4 is $215, and then each additional family member is $55. So we're leaning towards proposal number 2. If you look at proposal 1, an individual's 125. Right now, 120. If currently, a family of 4 at 215, they can get cheaper than than a couple or a family and 1 child. Okay, so that didn't make sense to us. Okay, so then you look at proposal 1. That's just basically upping the current season passes to 125. But if you look down, about halfway down there, if you just right there underneath where it says family of 5 in the center, so $7 daily admission for 1 person. If you buy an individual pass at $125, that it takes you 18, trips to the pool to pay for your season pass. Okay, then there's a big discrepancy. The next step down, $14 daily admission for 2. So say 2 adults at $7 a piece, is then 12.6 daily admissions to make your season pass. And then, so there's a big discrepancy between an individual at 18 daily admissions to 10 for 3, and then 10 for 4, and 10 for 5, roughly 10. Okay, so season 1, proposal 2, which is what we're leaning towards, brings that a little more equitable, a little more fair, if that makes sense. If you look at it now, at $75 per individual, we only sold 6 individual passes in 2019. Okay, our season passes have kind of gone down in popularity over the years because, kind of to your point, Commissioner, a lot of folks are coming, and our capacity is filling up at 12 or at 12:30, which is a good thing. But then people buy a season pass, they come at 2 o'clock. I can't get in. They can't get in because we're at capacity. So like, well, I bought this pass, but I can't use the dang thing. Okay, so that's one reason for why we're thinking, non-resident rates being a little bit higher, for that. And then also, that's why we're leaning towards proposal 2 for season passes. It makes it more, a little more fair. If you look at there, it's $7 for daily admissions. It's now 10.7, so almost 11 daily admissions to then pay for your pass as an individual. And then for two adults, it's 10, the same as, and then 10 for $20. So that's 2 adults and 1 kid, $10. So it's basically roughly the same. We asked ourselves, how many, if you bought a season pass at the swimming pool and the pool is open 75 to 80 days, give or take. Sometimes it's open 65 days if we have a lot of rain, give or take. Sometimes it's open 80, 85 days. If the school year goes a little longer and we have a hot, dry summer, we may be open closer to 80 or 85 days. So if you bought a season pass, what would it be worth to you? How many times are you going to go to the pool to make it worth to you? Our best guess was around 10. If I can go 10 or more times, it's probably worth me buying a season pass. So that's where we kind of came up with the $75 per person, per adult, and then $50 for youth 3 to 17. And then that kind of shrunk down, and it made it fair. It made it roughly about 10 visits to pay off your season pass. Okay, we feel like with 70 days roughly, if you're going to buy a season pass, hopefully you're coming to the pool 12, 13, 14, 15 times, then you've paid for your pass and you're saving some money, but you're not, but it's pretty fair, is what we're feeling. If we wanted to up that a little bit more, basically if we went to $85 and say $55 for youth, you're looking at adding about 2 to 3 daily passes to meet, to pay for your season pass. So if say we went $85, you're probably looking at between 12 and 13 daily admissions to pay off your season pass, and on down the line there. So, and that makes it easier on us instead of having 125 and then each additional family member and having these. It just kind of makes it more and concise and kind of the same. So right now we're leaning towards proposal 2 is what we're recommending. So.
Thank you, Sean, I really appreciate proposal 2 and being more equitable, for single individuals to have a fair shake. So that's also, I think it looks fair as whether you're a family of 1 or a family of 2 or a family of 3. So thank you. For this
one thing to note, you will notice that, in proposal 2, yes, it does, according to this, compared to 2019 numbers, it does bring in a little bit less revenue, but we feel like we should sell more passes since it is more equitable and it is a little bit cheaper for individuals. And instead of I have to come here 18 or 20 times to pay off for my pass. Or if I'm just two people, there's a lot of single dads and, have just one kid and they're paying $215, so they're paying more than what a family of four would charge. So this would bring it all, make it a little more even. So yes, it does show on here that it would, compared to 2019, to bring in a little less revenue, but we're thinking that it probably will bring in additional because we think we'll sell more passes that way, or at least have a better product to market. If that makes sense.
One thing, is there a way, or have you thought of an option of doing a season pass for swimmer, like adult swimmers, like in the morning? Like I know you do have the small groups that come and do the exercise, but what about that man, that woman that want to come and just do laps? We are very limited in our swimming space. We do have Kentucky State now with the YMCA, allowing us to use that. But where, and could we do an option of a season pass for just swimmers that can come early in the morning just to do laps where they're not, or maybe even a couple of women that want to come and just be in the lazy river, without kids jumping around during those morning hours before we do open, just to say, hey, this is your swim time. This is a very small window, but we can give you a season pass for that. Could we maybe entertain something like that later on when we get closer? I know it's not in this, and I'm bringing up the idea now, but I've just, some people have mentioned that, the pool and aquatic center is not for swimming, it's for bobbing. It's just you're bobbing and the big, you don't really get to do swimming. And I do know that we have some avid swimmers here in the area, and I think that maybe we could open up that just to allow for some swimming opportunities. So that would be something that I'd like to see if possible.
Okay. We will look at that. Yes. Any other questions on that before moving on to the last one? Shelters and pavilions. We are not, sorry, that's so small. Shelters and pavilions. Again, as I mentioned in the last time, we're not, to our current shelters that we currently charge for. As you can see, they are current fee and what we're proposing. We're not proposing any increase to those. There hasn't been any major renovations to them for several years. The restrooms are in, especially at East Frankfort, are in not shape. So we're proposing, and we're right in line with where everybody else. I didn't do fee comparisons for other shelters, but they're anywhere. The most expensive shelter I could find in the region was $85, and that's a really nice shelter. So Jack Williams is currently at 80. We're proposing it just keeping it there. And the rest of our shelters are smaller than Jack Williams and have renovation needs. So we're proposing to keep those at 55. The one thing that we are recommending is we have several shelters in the system that get used a lot, but we've never charged a fee for them. So the Audia Pavilion at Cove Spring Upper, which is where the archery range is, we're not saying reserving that entire thing, just the end of it. We've got a system where we can segregate it off so they're not interfering with the archery range. The timber shelter at Cove Spring Upper that overlooks downtown and Buffalo Trace. The lower shelter at Cove Spring, which gets quite a bit of use, and then the shelter at Fort Hill. As you can see, we're not really expecting this to bring in a ton of revenue at $55 on one Saturday out in a summer. So it's not really going to bring it around. But the main thing for this is to give us a little more, I will say, control, or a little more administrative oversight over those a little bit, because right now they're just kind of first come, first serve. And kind of similar to the ball fields, it's like who can get there first. So people are fighting over them. And nope, I'm here first. You can't use it now. Our shelters, if no one's using them, then yes, anybody can use them. So you can take your chance, but people will be like, I'm sorry, I have it reserved, you have to go away. Well, technically they can't do that. So then we're in the middle of it, and then we get in the middle of a family feud, and I was here first. Well, I was like, yeah, you're here, but you just can't monopolize the entire shelter. This way, it gives us a little bit of skin in the game. We have a contract that they have to sign when they pay their fee, and it holds it to. And then we have a little more say-so on how it's administrated. If someone does, we can say, well, they have it reserved today, and if you would like to reserve the shelter, here's how you go about it. So it's more about that than the actual revenue it brings in. And I mean, it is a little bit of revenue that'll help us offset the costs a little bit. So if that makes sense.
I think I asked last time you presented this, but is Ward Oats Amphitheater not on here because it falls under the event application?
Yes.
Okay.
Blair kind of handles the reservation for that.
Okay.
And it's kind of, because we get all kinds of, we get high school requests for their plays, or we get weddings, or we get this or that. So we kind of handle that on a case-by-case basis with Blair, just depending on if it's a 501c3 or if it's school or whatever the case might be.
Okay.
So.
And with the Dolly grant, I see the budget increase, though we are putting a lot of money in there. That may be something we can look into later.
Maybe down the road.
Because of everything that will come with Dolly Graham, and it will be a high priority park eventually, where a lot of people want to come to.
Yes.
That could be an option as well.
Yeah.
My other question, I guess, for you, and I'm sorry to go back to the pool, was: is there a way that we can have a certain percentage per day be residents, or allow residents in first, or is there a way to do that? A line for? I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, I currently don't know a way.
Okay.
I think that would be difficult.
Yeah.
You hold people back or you wait, so.
I've talked to Scott County a few times about this, and that's why every time I'm kind of going back and forth, I was like, how do you all enforce it? They're like, we really don't.
Okay. It's just like, come in. You're here, just come in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's why we're saying let's just make the fee the non-resident rate, and then the local folks, and we can advertise it, promote it,
Gotcha.
make it easy for them. The first year we're going to have a grace period. Oh, I didn't bring my card. That's okay. Just next time, bring it with you. We're not going to be hard-headed on the first while we're trying to make the change. We'll be flexible.
Okay. All right.
And Sean, I forgot to ask for the first one, staff, y'all were recommending leaning towards, proposal 2 or proposal 3?
On which one?
The very first one, baseball, softball, people.
Oh,
Sorry,
2.
forgot to ask.
2.
Yeah, okay.
2. Yeah, just a modest increase of $5, just to help offset, but also not put a big demand. I know we're coming out of a pandemic, and it's tough for. I mean, you have 2 or 3 kids, even though we are giving a little bit of a discount on siblings. I mean, it could be $200 or $300 plus gear and whatever. So then. Another quick note on that, with the new foundation, we are working on materials and promotional ideas. And when we kick off our Parks Foundation, we are setting up an athletic scholarship fund that we're hoping to get donations to. So we don't turn any kids away now as it be. We just eat the cost. Now we do take some relatively small steps to try to not let folks abuse that. We do ask, to try to, explain to us their hardship. But as it currently stands, we don't turn any kids away, from our program. But if we can set up a scholarship athletic fund, then we'll have a simple, application process for that, and then be able to pay to help offset that expense, the kids that we don't want to turn away from the program. Play sports. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you all. And we'll
bring this up at the next meeting, and it looks like the proposal 2 across the board.
I believe
That's
that's probably right. Yep.
Yep.
And on the athletic fields, 170.
Charging for practice, yes.
More
And then
for
also-
residents, discount if you're a resident.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep, got it. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sean.
Yeah.
We're moving right along.
Thank you,
Number
Sean. And, yes, item number 5, Sarah. Or actually, I can call on Laura Ross to present first. Sarah will just be here for some questions, unless there's some opening remarks you want to make for the industrial revenue bonds prescient request.
I don't think anybody wants to hear any opening remarks. We've been here for a long time. So I'm happy to answer anything you don't remember from when we were here at the last work session. I don't want to assume you know everything or assume you know nothing about it. So just, if you have questions, I'm happy to answer them, but I'll stay out of it until then. And I Googled it, and you can buy chickens on
You can what?
Buy chickens online.
Oh, okay.
I have a question that
Yes.
goes to you and to Laura Ross, and I think this question was floated around today. If the city issues an industrial revenue bond, the city is taking ownership of said property, essentially, right?
The city will hold title to the property.
City will hold title to the property. So we would be waiving any taxes owed because it's exempt.
Well, and if I can
Yeah,
close,
you know where I'm
very
going,
close.
yeah.
Yes, so, some of this is, first of all, just again, this is new to all of us, and we are learning as we go. We've never done industrial revenue bonds before, and Sarah, that is why we have all the questions. So essentially, it's not a waiver.
Right.
It is because we are taking title to the property basically is gifted with our tax exempt status. And so we aren't waiving the taxable status. It actually takes that on by becoming city property for the life of the bonds.
So,
Yes, and if I misspeak, please tell me.
so we would be waiving the property tax for the city and the county.
So neither property tax would apply because it takes on the same tax exempt status as any other property of the city. So what that means is
It's effectively a waiver, but it's not an ordinance that says, we waive your property taxes. It's an ordinance wherein, as part of this transaction, city takes title to the property. For that reason, it is not subject to traditional property tax. There's a little bit of state tax owed on the leasehold interest that the company would have.
So I don't know if I can say this. They've already made a pilot arrangement with this.
Yes,
Can I say that?
we have discussed yes, because
Okay.
part of it is a pilot program to the county schools, because
Right.
this is a county school area.
So my concern is that we do this, they build a $45 million magical castle of elderly folks where they live, and it's wonderful and it's awesome, and the property value goes up significantly, and the county goes, wait a second, you all waived our property tax? It's a lot of money we could be getting. We say it's okay because you're getting half of the occupational tax, and they go, no, it's not okay because you're waiving that. Do they have any right of? Do they have any cause of action at that point?
no, to my knowledge. Now, I don't know that a cause of action has ever been brought underneath the statutes to that effect, where another taxing entity would attempt to bring some sort of action. But because the statute does actually give us the authority to do that, we are in the clear as far as, our actual authority to move forward with it. It is the statutory scheme itself that gives us that authority. Without that, we could not do any of this. This is kind of a way to provide incentives that gets around the constitutional provisions regarding
I love it when we just skip over Constitution.
Right.
We're not skipping over, we're not
Makes
skipping
me
over. It works
Makes me
within the
feel really
framework
great
of the
about
Constitution.
Going to bed at night tonight. And I guess ultimately my question is, if we then have a safeguard in place that allows us to get out of the project, everything goes back to the way that it is, and we give up the title to the property back to them, and then we can have all the taxes that we want.
Yes.
And so can the county.
Yes.
Is it-
In conformity with the agreement that we have proposed with the updates, so I think, I sent a memo to you guys outlining what those updates to the agreement were, and so one of them is if the project fails to meet its job target, 90% of its job target, within 5 years of issuance of the bonds, and that's 75 equivalent full-time jobs, then the agreement ends, it's all terminated. We transfer the title back to the project, to the company, and everything comes to an end.
Right. The only obligations of the city upon either performance of the bonds for their life or an early termination based on the city's right to terminate is that the city gives title to the property back to the company.
Mayor, you had, excuse me, Mayor, it was not you. Somebody had stated that that the numbers needed to be re-looked at because we only received one half of the occupational tax. Sarah, you and I talked about that earlier.
Yes, and we circulated those new numbers this afternoon. It was late, so you may not have had a chance to look at them yet, but they're out there.
So, yeah, the numbers I saw, it assumed that we were getting the full occupational tax, and we'll just get half of that. But and the county would be participating. The county's going to get half of the occupational tax, but if they're getting, they're giving up half of the property tax as well, so they would be participating. So,
right,
and I feel better about that. I feel better about having the 5-year out on that as well. How does the client feel about that?
Wait, what are we talking about on the job? The 5 years, the job, the 75 full-time equivalent positions. We're good on. And one thing I just wanted to point out is, in discussing this, we looked at the tax rates, and so right now, with no development, it's $1,400 roughly to the city. At least it was in this last year. Is that right, Laura?
Yes.
And so when you compare that, so no IRB, let's say the project doesn't go forward, then you're still getting your $1,400, but you're not getting the occupational taxes, which of course exceed that significantly.
But what about, and I know that we all say, yeah, if it's only $1,400, we're not talking about much anyway, but after the development,
if there's a development, absolutely,
if
that number
there's a
goes up.
development,
But that's why you're inducing the development to happen.
right, I'm just saying, like, what are we, what are the numbers there? What are we truly losing annually on property tax?
On 40 million, 78,000, was 78,400, something like that. It's that's what would be
78,400, and the
ballparking.
And the occupational tax is 96 something or other, right?
Or half?
No, the full year 10 is 64,000. Well, you count the net profit, estimated net profits tax, estimated payroll tax, and estimated insurance premiums tax. In year 10 of the project, 95,000 a year.
How much?
95,000. Rounding up 96,000.
Is that our portion or total?
That's total.
That's
so that's
total. Year 10 is 51,000 to the city.
Yeah.
So it
Is the projections.
But that means it's way less.
And
It's not what we were sold.
Right. Well, that's right. Well, that's what I guess the argument there would be. We are going to get the other indirect economic benefits that come with 75 people.
And 51,000 is significantly more than 1,400, which is what happens if the project doesn't.
Right, and that's the big, that's the crux. Would this happen without this incentive?
Right. And I mean, if that's the question, I don't know the answer, right? I know that they would like it to happen, but I can't promise that it's going to go through without the incentive. I just don't know what the financing is going to look like, because one of the things that they are looking at is seeing community support for the project, and this is kind of rolled into that.
So is there a way, and I asked this to, instead of waiving 100%, but since we're going to take an owner, we can't just waive 50% of it.
No,
Right.
no, because it gets the same tax exempt treatment as any other public property would.
Where is that 50?
a discussion of the length of time.
Right, I know it can go out to 40 years.
Sure, and so the history of this is, historically, this is what the statute said, it can go up to 30 years.
Right.
That was, and so all of them done in other counties and such were largely 30 years. Churchill Downs, this is weird, a lot of people don't think about it, Churchill Downs is subject to this and is, the title is in the Louisville Metro government. So a lot of them are 30 years. Then the legislature amended the statute to go to 40 years. So we are requesting 40 years, but we're agreeable to an option to terminate at 30 if that helps. It just helps with our state tax issues if it goes all the way to 40 years in the ordinance.
Does it help with the financing?
Yes, I mean, obviously it shows a longer possibility
Are
of
the
this.
financing, does that depend on the 20-year, 30-year, or 40-year horizon?
I think that there's a problem with the 20-year horizon when we get to when we look at the financing, but I think the 30 is doable from what my conversations with my client.
Any other questions on that? No, I think it's a, it seems like a pretty standard way to incentivize development, and this year we've done TIF, we've done the KBI, and this could be another tool that we're trying, and we do need to do things to spur development. And again, 51,000 is better than 1,400.
And it's a good tool because it does, the city's not putting any cash on the line or their credit or anything else. It is just a bypass mechanism.
Commissioner Under.
I just, if this is standard, which I know it is, I've learned so much about
I'm sorry,
IRBs the past couple of months. Didn't know that's something I'd be doing, but here I am. So it really feels like the city of Frankfort needs to work on this process of what it needs to be. What does this application process looks like? Lexington has a good process in place, and it seems like we could take a look at what they're doing and do a similar thing. Just putting that out there to staff and other BOC members. I would feel more comfortable with a process since this is very new to us.
Agree. I think whatever we do on this,
Right,
we need
right.
to set parameters in place because we can't just do IRB for everyone, or we get no property tax for the next 20, 30, 40 years.
Right.
So there has to be metrics that we want to put in place, a certain amount of payroll, a certain number of jobs. It has to be meaningful.
And I think those guardrails are important, to have in terms of employment opportunities and that sort of thing.
I think it's important that we get it out there that it's $45,000 less a year than what we told everybody a month ago. I mean, we're going to turn around. We're going to turn around in a week, and we're going to vote on this. It was brought to us in November. We were sold something. I was okay with it. I was excited about it, and then tonight, at the meeting, and no offense to Sarah and I get along great, but 420, we get an email and it says, oh, by the way, everything we told you wasn't really what we told you. It's really 1.5. And that's, look, I agree that IRBs are a great tool to have. I agree that TIFs are a great thing to have in our back pocket. We got to learn how to do them, but at the cost of, not being upfront and telling folks what the numbers are, I'm gonna have a hard time selling this one this week when I was selling it based on the fact that we were getting more occupational tax and we were gonna have real property tax anyway, and that's. And I get the whole argument that this, something is better than nothing, but I also understand the argument that real property tax and the occupational tax is a whole lot more than nothing. And if the program's already going to go through without this incentive, then we have essentially taken away $4 million in potential taxes over that time period. And, you know, that's a big deal. And that's, you know, I don't know that rises to the level of due diligence. And that goes back to how are we gonna do these IRBs? And what's the application process gonna look like? And what's the documents that we're gonna need to do that? And, I think that's an issue.
And I think, I'm not, you know, I hope I'm not sounding like I'm defending it, but really I don't think they misrepresented everything. I think they just assumed that we were gonna get 1.95% of the occupational tax, not understanding that we only get half of it here.
And we made some calls at the beginning of this process to understand that we were told at the time that the city got 100% of the occupational taxes. We obviously weren't talking to the right person, because that's not accurate. But it wasn't based on any intent to misrepresent anything. And I would just add that, you know, it's easy to look at this as giving something away, but you can't give away what you don't have. And right now you don't have $78,000 in property tax that you're giving away. That said, I understand your concerns. I'm a taxpayer here too. It matters. But if we're a community that wants to invest in economic development, this is a great tool for projects that are needed in the community. And I haven't talked about the nature of this project, but it's an elderly living facility, a pretty nice one, and I think it is something that our community needs. So
I agree.
I think that needs to come into play as well. But
I completely agree. I think we completely need it because of our aging population is a high number, but also that allows, we need it because once some of maybe our elderly folks start moving into this facility, it allows for people to start selling other homes for other people to move in, being that our home is very limited right now.
Sure,
So
and
that's what I look at, like it's killing two birds with two stones, you know, but at the same time, we are in a situation where we have parcels B and things of that nature, and we're always hinting out, and so, but I appreciate, I mean, I understood it now that I got the other email that was received this evening. So I can't say that I'm 100% opposed to it.
I'm not 100% opposed to it either.
Yeah.
I just got to wrap my brain around.
Right. And I think we have to be absolutely clear that
Yeah.
this is if we do this one, we have to put the brakes and say, we're not doing any others until we know exactly what we want out of this, because we can't have everyone asking for an IRB.
Correct.
But we will do it for strategic projects. We will do it for industries that we're targeting and a certain number of jobs and a certain type of jobs. So, I think we're open.
What is the scope of this project? The outlook of like starting, if they get a yes and being able to move on, sort of like Ms. Ross was sharing, that this will help with funding.
yeah,
to
I
support that,
think
but-
everything's ready to go with the financing. Once we have a clear answer on this, I think they're looking to push that through in January. I don't want to make any promises because God
Right.
knows how banks are going to work.
So we
but-
have groundbreaking further on this.
Right.
I think we would have
Soon.
liked to have heard about this sooner before the groundbreaking, before, putting the pressure on
Oh,
us
yeah.
to make a yes or no decision,
Yeah.
or else. That's what it feels like.
Well, I mean-
I heard about it in September for the first time, our first meeting that we had. And so if you all thought that we were hearing about it, we were not.
Yeah.
And our first meeting was September 2nd, I believe, at Stolking, and then you all presented in October, I think. I don't know what the date was, but
But who presented you with the number of 1.95, 100% going to the city?
I didn't have the conversation. It was my partner in Louisville, but I will certainly find out if that's information you like.
Can I ask Laura Haig, Laura Ross, can you all look at this and give us an opinion on this? If it's we rely on your opinion when it comes to, these types of economic development things, as we don't have anybody in house. I feel like I need to.
and our finance director,
And our finance director, sorry, Alicia, big props, sorry.
talking about money.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson. I'd like to look at it. I haven't seen it yet.
Yes.
I just asked Laura Ross to forward me the email, and we'll share it with Alicia, and then we can certainly chat. I'd also ask Commissioner Unger if you have documents related to Lexington that you were reading about. I'd appreciate,
Sure.
if you don't have that, I would appreciate if you could send it along.
I think I forwarded some along back in October.
Yeah.
But I will, more than
Sorry
happy.
if I missed it.
You're
I will look for
totally
that.
fine. I will share
One
away.
thing to remember as well, while they are doing the construction, we're gonna get occupational tax on the building itself, on that construction. We'll have people working, every day and doing those types of things, so there will be some occupational tax there as well, just during the construction phase too. So that's something to consider, and I've not seen the revenue projections, but we don't share net profit tax with this county.
Right.
Nor do we share insurance premium tax. I'm sorry, I've not seen that, so I don't know what that looks like. The only thing we share is occupational tax.
We don't share insurance premium tax as of right now, correct?
No, we do not share insurance premium tax, nor do we share net profit tax. The only thing that we share is occupational tax.
And why are we sharing that?
It's got to do with that ordinance.
So we don't annex it.
It's 06 maybe, I'm not
I mean,
entirely sure.
I'm
but
all
from
about
a really
annexing
long
everything
time
if we
ago.
have to.
Yeah.
Yes, that was an agreement from, around 2006.
I'm with you. No, I'm with you.
That is actually found within the KCBC ordinances that says all new business, new industry, we will split with the
You
county.
won't fight over it.
I mean,
And the
We're
same
bigger
thing
than they are.
happens with the
So
county.
you're bigger
They
than
get a
we
new business in, there's some
Yeah.
stipulation there, but we get money from them as well.
Right,
If
we
there's
share
a new
with
business
the
that
county.
goes in there, so we in essence almost exchange a check at the end of the fiscal year.
So, year 10 net
Parks
profits,
empty, though.
23,243. Premiums tax 8249. So over 30, about 32,000 there. All estimates. No, it's guaranteed.
But
of course.
I wanna look at that and I'll get back with you, obviously after with talking to the two Lauras.
And that's a good point about the, and I feel like I'm trying to sell it here. We're gonna get occupational tax on the construction. There's gonna be the indirect, the shopping, the eating lunch at the restaurants and then freeing up the housing for everyone else. And then hopefully increasing the property values. And there's something to be said for activity. And, the more things we get in the air, the more balls land. And it's activity, it's momentum. At some point, there's a tipping point. I don't know what it's gonna be, but I feel like right now, we've gotta stir everything up and see what lands.
Maybe get our lobbyists to stop worrying about the bridge and worry about something.
But we'll look at those numbers now, and this is, it's interesting.
Thank you, Sarah, for
Thank
coming.
you, Sarah.
This is very helpful.
Thank you for your help.
Thank you, Sarah.
So as I take direction from the commission that Laura, and Alicia and I will meet, once we have a chance to review the documents that were sent this afternoon, and that we can come back to you, just like when Laura Ross previously sent some additional information, we can come back for some recommendations and ideas to the commission.
Right.
And Shermay, we did receive that letter from John Sauer.
Several of you emailed me
It
back
was in
and
my-
said
It was in my
spam.
junk.
It was
Yeah.
in spam. I
Okay.
told him that.
Okay. Yeah, I found it several emails.
Okay.
Great, the last item, our discussion item, is the discussion of an order proclaiming Monday, December 27th as a holiday during which the public offices of the city shall be closed. As you all may recall, Commissioner Waldridge brought up a new business last meeting about providing city staff an additional holiday at Christmas. This is a discussion for municipal order this year, and Laura Ross can also speak to this and the process for making this permanent if the Board of Commissioners wish it.
Yes, and if I could, the reason that there was an order, there's also an ordinance that is coming your way in December. Of course, ordinances have to have 2 readings. We could not get the ordinance in place prior to the December holiday season, which is why we came with the order for this meeting, because it needed, if we were gonna do it this year, it still needed to be done quickly, and an order was the appropriate vehicle for that.
Any discussion on this? Seeing none? I'll direct staff to, we'll put this on the agenda for next week to,
For the 20th?
for the right.
And again, any of the staff, especially solid waste or public safety staff, if you choose to pass this, they will take other days because we will ensure that all essential city services are delivered.
So is that a problem to do it all in one day, or should we have a flex day? Like, give people the option?
Either is fine, but the way the ordinance is set up, to make it, for one thing, the way the ordinance is set up, there's a mechanism for making sure those that don't work the typical schedule have an avenue.
Okay.
And this will be what, our third year, I think, doing this, I think our third year, so it just gives them one more day with their family, and sometimes it's broken up where Christmas lands, it seems like the holiday very short, depending on where it lands.
Should we consider, instead of considering this every year,
Well, that's what.
staff, that's what the ordinance?
The ordinance
That's what the
will make
ordinance
it.
is, I requested that last
Got
time,
it.
yeah.
Present that later.
I got it.
Because everything was so busy and we waited so long to do it this time, I requested for it too.
Got it. It's all making sense.
And if I may, this is not to bind you all to any decisions tonight, but I'm wondering if there's opposition to the date of the 27th for the order that will be bringing to you. Sorry, Bobby. I'm wondering if there's opposition to the order and the date of the 27th. And the only reason I ask is because, this is a wonderful thing that you all do for city staff. It's nice to be able to give some of those, some of our staff who might be looking forward to this, an idea of whether or not this date is looking like a favorable date, or if there's opposition to it generally as they make plans. Because we will be on the 20th, a week out from the particular day. And
I mean, my only concern, and I asked, was about waste management, because Mr. Byron Roberts told me, it's hard if it's a specific day. So as long as staff can figure out when, they can take their day off, that's great.
sure.
Yeah, I don't think that it was ever set as a specific day. It was the staff got with other staff to say, hey, do you want that? Because the 27th is that Monday, right, is what I'm seeing.
It is.
So it's that Monday, which then makes you have an extra day coming out of that weekend, because Christmas Eve. And so next year, I'm sure it will not be the 27th. It could be.
That's right. And the flexibility that we put into the ordinance is to allow the city manager, HR director, to get together and figure out which day works best with the calendar
Right.
and with city responsibilities and things that we need to make sure we're here for.
It looks like it may be the 23rd next year, that Friday. Okay.
So is it, okay, yep, that's fine, yep. Yep. Oh, no.
Action items? Number seven, we have a
I'll
first reading.
sponsor.
We have a sponsor, Commissioner Waters is
I'll
sponsor.
sponsor.
Okay. Apologies. Okay. An ordinance amending section 37.31E of the City of Frankfort Code of Ordinances relating to pay plan, classification, and compensation. This ordinance amends section 37.31E relating to pay plan, classification, and compensation to create the new full-time position of evidence and property control specialist within the Frankfort Police Department.
So some of you may know that actually the police department has had 2 part-time evidence techs for quite some time. And actually one evidence tech has left and the other part-time person has expressed interest. We also think it would be better anyways to have one full-time person. So this is just a change. We've already been having 2 part-time techs for quite some time, and just to make it one full-time staff to support the police department.
Sounds good.
Great.
Action item number 8.
This is in regards to, and I apologize for bringing an action item to a work session, but I appreciate the commission's action on this compensation study contract. As you all instructed staff on September 13th to prepare and issue an RFP to find a firm to do a comprehensive compensation benefit review. We are ready to award this to the Johansson Group, and who is ready to actually start tomorrow on this. And in looking at this, this takes probably approximately 3 months, and so we want to get done by March before, as you guys have discussions, as the board has discussions on the budget, we want to get it done then. So that's why we are bringing this action item on our work session. Any questions? We've got Kathy here.
What's the total amount of the study?
Cost.
The
The
cost is
cost.
46,900,
Time frame?
3 months.
3 months.
Yes. It will be completed before March. Definitely.
Will they be drafting a proposed ordinance for us to create those levels that we need?
They'll be doing a recommendation of, and looking at all the valuation of our jobs, the classification, making recommendations, whether it's on, particularly on salary.
Right.
As well as looking at what we have found, we have too many classes in several positions, where there might be 19 classes.
Right.
To, lessen those. As well as, one of the other things we've asked for is looking at our structure and the type of positions we have compared to cities our size. Are there positions that other cities have that we don't have that also we should consider in looking at what we need to do and what we need to accomplish? And I'm sure we'll also take this in light of our priorities and where you would like to steer Frankfort forward, to help move our city forward. And a key part of that is, as we know, increasing compensation. It's all we've talked about, the increase in prices. We know we're losing staff, and we are not staying competitive compared to our neighbors.
Correct. And we're training our fire and police, and
To go to other
we're
locations.
we're training Georgetown and Lexington's fire and police.
Yes. I was recently shown a flyer where there was a police department in an unnamed city not too far away offering signing bonuses, $10,000 and $12,000.
We got that, right? We could.
Yep.
Well, I don't know if we have any other discussion. No
Move to-
questions?
Move to approve? There's nothing else?
Motion? All right, need a motion. Need a second.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner May seconded. Okay, now discussion. Do we have any discussion? I'm sorry.
Move to,
Okay, no discussion, seeing none, ask the clerk to call for a vote.
Commissioner Waldridge?
yes.
Commissioner Thompson?
Yes.
Commissioner May?
Yes.
Commissioner Unger?
Yes.
Mayor Wilkerson?
Yes, and that motion carries. Thank you, Kathy, for staying. Next, discussion of tentative agenda. See, parks fees, do I have that? The order creating the Christmas holiday ordinance, chickens ordinance, CARES Coalition Coordinator.
Are we gonna review the
IRB,
IRB?
are we gonna, right now, IRB, just placeholder?
Is that enough time?
For Monday, if we could go back to that just for a second. I'm not sure. We can definitely try to get together our recommendation for Monday. If we want an application process to go along with it, which I think is a wonderful idea, my thoughts were that we would get through this first ask, and then from that, see what an application needed to look like going forward. But if you all want an application for Monday, it's going to be a little tight, but we can certainly try.
I'd like to put more thought into the application.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
I think it's two separate things.
Okay.
We have to make it clear that if we do vote on it Monday, then we don't hold off
Yes.
on asking for another one until we figure that out.
Yes, I think that's really important to make clear that this is a learning process for us, and we've learned something new every time we revisit this particular statutory scheme. So, okay, so we can definitely have a recommendation for you all on Monday. Yes.
Any other? That's a good start. It's tentative. Any unfinished business from last meeting? Seeing none. New business.
I did have just two little items. One item is, I'd like to know where we stand with our emergency here in the, way of government right now. We're underneath that emergency umbrella, where we are. Is there more money that will funnel down for us to stay in this emergency government? And how many counties have already come out of that emergency, umbrella as well? I'd like to get updated to make sure that we're following here and continuing on so we move on. I definitely don't want to take us out if there's more money coming down, but I'm not sure that that's after this last little bit of money that there is, but could be possible. But I'd like some information on that. And then I just wanted to add that a resident had contacted me on yesterday and wanted to do something for Western Kentucky. And once he shared his thoughts, they were almost identical to my thoughts in collecting gifts for those children down in Western Kentucky area, being that homes and things were destroyed, presents were under the tree. And so we created a group called Capital City Cares, it's to bring Christmas, basically, presents to Western Kentucky. And we had a press release this morning go out, and it reads that local community leaders, local businesses, faith-based organizations, Franklin County Schools, independent schools, and Franklin County City Fire Department have come together to help those most affected by the devastation from the weekend's tornadoes that ravaged Western Kentucky. Capital City Cares gift drive will be collecting Christmas gifts for the ages of 0 to 17 in the hardest hit towns and across Western Kentucky. It is no surprise that the people of Frankfort want to reach out and help others in need. Are stated by Mayor Pro Tem Patricia Waldridge, stated on Monday. This is simply a way for us and for those in the community to organize, mobilize, and ensure that the children in these affected areas receive some bit of hope and comfort during the holiday season. Beginning Tuesday, December 14th at 8 a.m. through 8 p.m., you can drop off wrapped gifts at any of the 4 fire department locations downtown Frankfort. 2nd Street, Home Street, Louisville Road, or Versailles Road. Please make sure all toys are labeled, and they're intended for the, also with a tag that is intended for the age of the gift, the gender, and just a brief description of the gift. And that way, things are already wrapped when they arrive, and therefore the parents don't have to try to gain some privacy to go wrap gifts, but they'll be able to. We are going to try to work with another large group, a church down there, for when we arrive, they'll welcome us to give these gifts as well. So I know our community has been wanting to do something together, and so many are doing so many different things. We thought about food at first, but we felt like there was so much food and water being taken down that we need to think about these precious children going through this devastation right now. It's one of the most precious times, and for kids. And so I would like to ask, for the city commission to support this. We have other people that have been on board. I think they're talking with Chief, I think, to get the police department on. We've Independence Bank, some of the churches. So different people are adding on daily. This does not have a name on it. This does not have a entity on it. We came together for no names to be. It's about Capital City Cares, and we're given as a community. So if you wish to give, you can contact myself or others that are out there helping to give gifts. So I'd appreciate if maybe the city commission could also support that and jump on board so we can help in Frankfort and start this
Totally in
coalition.
support of that.
Thank you.
Can we get and maybe this is not next meeting, but soon, can we get an update on BNC and what's going on? And I know that we're waiting on some things, and I know that we're still waiting on the parking garage grant, and I think it's important that we discuss that so that the people in the community understand what's going on, and the people who read the newspaper can understand what's going on, because, you know, last thing I want people to think is that it's a center point in Lexington, and that's what we want to avoid.
Sure, Commissioner Thompson, how about at our work session on January 10th?
And can we also talk about a resolution supporting Kentucky State at that work session before the session really kicks into high gear? Something we can.
What type of resolution supporting K-State?
Their financial support from the legislature. If you want.
We can
Let's
bring
stop
forth
thinking.
for a discussion.
It's a work session, yeah.
We'll talk about it.
I'm not wearing a tie.
You too. Okay, where are we at, Mayor?
I believe if there's no new business, no further new business,
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It's a wrap. We'll see you next Monday.
Oh my God.
One more.
I thought I had 2 weeks.